I've got the option to unmute now. I think everybody can hear me.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Zara. We can't
Hello.
hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. I
Okay,
can't
that's
hear you.
right.
Something wrong with my
Okay, hello
headphones.
everyone. We'll actually, like, before we begin with the MCT Summit, let's just have
Yeah.
few notes to know. Okay, so everyone who will join with their emails will actually have the option to mute and unmute themselves. But if you join as an external presenter, we will still be able to unmute you when it's your time. The second thing is that you need to put this banner in, and the banner will in your preview, like on the top, and you'll try to see yourself before turning it on. It will look like it's flipped, but once you turn on your video, it will actually be in a proper format. Okay, so hi everyone. And this was just a tester. Let's begin with the MCT Summit now. Okay. Hi everyone, I am Zahra Imad. A little introduction about myself. I am an MCT, Microsoft Certified Trainer. Along with that, I'm a full-time quality assurance engineer in a company based, in a London-based company. And along with that, I am a visiting faculty in a university present in Lahore, Pakistan. Along with that, I'm going to be your host for today, along with one more person who will introduce herself afterwards. And we thank you first. Before starting, we thank every one of you for joining us live. And I'm pretty sure that in the end of this session, you will learn something new, and you will take your take home stuff will be better. So let's start with the event. So welcome to the MCT Summit Pakistan 2021, which is actually happening right now. And to start this event, I would like to hand over the mic to a very amazing person that you might know. If not, then you will come to know. It's Abdullah Altaf. So over to you, Abdullah, please. We can't hear you. You're still mute.
Yep, sorry for that. Yes, now I think you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening as per your time zones. And thank you so much, each and every one of you, for being here with us today virtually. And the main goal, the main aim of this summit is let's grow and success together through knowledge sharing and learn from industry experts. And we are very pleased to be able to welcome those of you that have been with us for a long time now, as well as those who are new to the MCT community that just joined our MCT community Pakistan team and around the globe. We are proud to be able to host MCT Summit Pakistan this year, virtually, Alhamdulillah. And before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of those who help us to make this event success, and our main organizer Usman, and then our host Zara, Miss Zara and Miss Mamuna, then Saqib and Abdurrahman and other regional leads that help us for this summit. We would not have done this without you guys, and I really thankful to all of you. Thank you for listening me, and let us welcome Mr. Usman Lodi, our organizer of this event. Usman, hand it over to you.
Osman, you're still on mute. Osman is setting up some things, I think. Still waiting for us to.
Hi.
All good.
Hello,
You're back
everyone.
on.
Can you hear me? Thank you so much for your joining us. I'm really glad that today I'm organizing this wonderful summit, MCT Summit Pakistan 2021. I'm really thankful to Abdullah Altaf and Chantin Patel, regional lead South Africa. They helped me a lot to organize this event. Without their help, without their suggestions, I was not able to do this event. So I'm really thankful to both of you. And secondly, Memuna and Zara, thank you so much. Basically, I have organized this summit. We don't have friends in Pakistan about the events, like community events. I'm trying my best to collaborate with different communities to encourage our community to deliver something new, to empower community and other things. We have planned this summit just because of COVID online. Next year, I believe that if we got the permission, we will conduct this session on site in Islamabad. So I believe that you guys will also join us next year in on site in Islamabad. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a good summit.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, Usman and Abdullah, for the efforts you have put in to organize this event. I'm Memuna Salim, and I'll be co-hosting Zahra Imad, the MCT Summit Pakistan 2021. I welcome you all wholeheartedly, the attendees and the speakers. So we have a number of speakers with us. A big thanks to them for taking time out of the busy routines. So I'll be moving on to the first speaker, which is Andre Milencia from Portugal, and he'll be giving a session about about an Azure bot Odyssey. And pardon me if there was a wrong pronunciation. Thanks.
Okay, all is good. Thank you very much, and welcome everyone. Okay, so this is going to be yet another MCT Summit, but done in a completely different way. This is going to be remote, so that means that all of the interaction we usually have in MCT Summits is actually not going to happen. Also, no foods, which, this is what we expect from an MCT Summit. But in any case, let's try to make it interesting, and let's have some fun with this session. Now let's start. And by the way, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. This is why we're here. The only way we can learn is to ask questions if you have anything that you would like to know. So we will try it like that. Okay. Let's actually start the session. So the first thing I want to mention is that my cat will probably show up here. This is my cat, and since about a year ago, since the pandemic started, I've actually started to include my cat in all of my presentations because she will be here, and she's a very big fan of Azure. So this is a possibility later on. Okay, so one of the things I usually try to do all around the world is to make sessions a bit more interesting, and these are just a few examples. But for now, we'll try to do something which is differently based. No music, the famous music from 2001 and 2010. Sorry about that, but this is a live event. It's very difficult to include the music at the same time. So for today and for the next half an hour, give or take, we'll actually talk about bots and Power Virtual Agents and all of the things that can interact with with people and with devices, and seem intelligent, although they're really not. But I'll explain that just in a second. So first of all, who am I? My name is André Melancia. I'm from Portugal, and as far as I can tell, I'll be the first speaker from Portugal. The last one will also be from Portugal, which is interesting. I'm not sure if that means anything, but be afraid, be very afraid. Anyway, all of my contacts can be reached via andy.bt. Just go to the website, very simple website, and from there you can reach me on social network, from LinkedIn, and anything else. Okay, and this is probably the most important slide I'm going to show in this whole presentation, and I really want to thank all of the organizers for this event. I know that there's been a lot of hard work going into this, so thank you very much for all of the organizers for all of the things that you've done. Yes, we could have done this in person. Sadly, this year was probably not going to happen, but really looking forward to an upcoming event where this can actually be in person and we can meet for the first time. Okay, having said that, I only have a limited number of slides. I have some demos. These demos can go terribly wrong, so here's the disclaimer. But let's explain first what bots are supposed to be. So we've heard about bots in films, in pretty much all of Hollywood's and things like that. But what are bots really like? So first of all, bots are some alternative to a human person. If you pick up the phone and phone someone at tech support, at try to book a ticket, do something, you usually get a human person, and they will ask you for some information, and you provide it, and you get a service in some way. Well, with bots, it's exactly the same thing. The extra advantage is, because this is done over the internet, it doesn't have to be, by the way, it can be done over phone, etc. But let's assume that this is done over the internet. To make it simple, we can actually authenticate the user in a strong way, and then from there give the user a lot of different options. Let's say you can give them a list of all of the possible flights they can take in a certain criteria, etc., and then book the flights and then do other functionality. Now, this is not just intelligence. In fact, intelligence doesn't really exist, okay? What you actually get is a series of workflows, and we'll see one or two just in a second. These are series of workflows that actually work to make things look intelligent. The intelligence part comes from things like language understanding services, which translates all of the text that you say or that you write, and it will actually translate all of that into break it down into small parts, and you can try to understand the small parts individually. So let's say if I say I want to book a flight to Pakistan, in that case what will actually happen is they will say book a flight will be your intent, and this is focusing on a certain workflow for booking flights. If you want to say to Pakistan, that means that you are going to say that the destination is going to be Pakistan. You might even say in the phrase from some other place, right? So from here in Lisbon, in Portugal, you might say that. And if you say something like book a flight to Islamabad from Lisbon tomorrow, that means that I want to book a flight. The tomorrow was also going to be understood as a time frame, and those workflows in some ways will actually fill themselves. If you program them correctly, you can actually fill some of these phrases already. If you just say I want to book a flight, the workflow will be a bit longer because you didn't say from where to where and when. In that case, the workflow will ask you where do you want to go, where do you come from, etc., and then date, etc. It will actually ask you a lot more information. But if you already say it in the initial sentence, in that case, you don't have to worry because it's already there. Now, a few more things to cover, and in terms of bots, seconds, some of the things you can actually do are unlimited. So one of the things you can do is to execute some sort of action. Let's imagine that this bot will actually be in a physical, IoT device like a Raspberry Pi. You put this in your house, you make it a smart home, and one of the actions you want to do is to open a door or open some windows, air conditioning, something like that. In that case, you can actually do it by, telling, in terms of programming, telling it to do something. This is fairly easy to do. If it is Power Virtual Agents, we'll get to that. You can also automate some of these processes with things like Power Automate, but there is more. Now, one of the things that's probably going to be important for your bots, because let's say if this is just a frequently asked questions bot, you can make this very simple. But if you wanted to interact with your databases, to actually authenticate your users and give it some rich information specific for your user, with full security, etc., in that case, you probably want to communicate with some authentication service, with some databases. You can interact, let's say the example of flights, you might want to interact with some web service that will include something like a list of possible flights, etc., etc. So that will be important to interact with the bot. But you can program all of this. In practical terms, this is very easy to do. Now, the last one I have here on the list is integration with AI and ML services. Now, we talked about cognitive services just now. I mentioned things like language understanding services. You have Q&A maker, which is basically a list of questions and a list of answers. So basically a small table, questions, answers, very easy. Every time someone asks a question or something that really resembles that question, you always get the exact same answer. You get the same output as an answer, just as easy as that, right? What you actually get as well is that you can interact these bots with these two services, okay? So if you have something that asks 2 or 3 questions, you can actually deploy a bot that just asks that. With Q&A Maker, for instance, if you go to Azure, create a Q&A Maker instance, and then you actually have an option to say publish a Q&A Maker bot, and that is done all automatically. The code is generated automatically, etc. This is all done for you. Now, remember, this is Microsoft, so in most cases, things actually work. But we will see the best ways to handle some of these things. Now, you have 2 options to do this. Actually, you have 3, but let's start with the first one. The first one is called Power Virtual Agents. Now, this is something that you can do if you have Office 365, and then you can play around with this in a fully graphical environment. I'll show you this just in a second. And this doesn't require any infrastructure. So if you go to Azure, you don't need to create any Azure objects, etc. This is all done on the Office 365 side. And yes, we know that Office 365 and Azure share a lot of things, and they do, things like Azure Active Directory, etc. In reality, these are 2 different offerings, but these are compatible. This is important to know. These are compatible, but the way that they are handled is completely different. Now, with Power Virtual Agents, what you get is that you have, software as a service solution. If you want to go there, yeah, you do some programming, but it's a graphical way. So basically, anyone can do it. You don't have to be an IT user to be able to do this kind of thing. You can just be a normal user. Let's call it a power user, just to keep it a bit more interesting. But you can actually program what the bot is going to do, all of the workflows that the bot is going to do. Now, the alternative for this is to use Azure bots. These used to be called Azure Web App Bots, and previously even Web Bots before that, but currently these are just called Azure Bots. And Azure Bots are actual infrastructure that you need to deploy to Azure, and these are very simple. So in terms of programming, this looks a lot like a website, but then both Power Virtual Agents and Azure Bots will share something called channels, and these channels allow you to connect the bots to different places. Now, a basic example is to connect it to a website. You have a website that will allow you to have a nice interface to just ask questions to the bots, but you can also associate that with Teams. Now, we're running a live event, so this is not a good idea to test this on this Teams tenant right here. I would have to have a different one. I'm not going to do that. but trust me on this, this is easy. But you can also associate this with Facebook, you can associate this with Slack, you can associate this with Skype, etc. And all of these will generate your bots, but we'll get to that in a second. The last one that I didn't mention is things like Azure IoT, and this can be any other IoT. It doesn't have to be the Azure offering for IoT. So you can use things in a, let's say, in a smart home. Okay, you can have a smart home where you just shout out, turn on the lights, and you know, it's a miracle the lights just turn on. Well, it's not a miracle, because what actually happens is that you convert your speech into actual text. The text will be analyzed using language understanding services, and you say turn on, and then you specify what kind of object you want to turn on. And in this case, it's lights, air conditioning, etc., and it will immediately start. So it's very easy. If you think about it, in terms of programming, this is the easiest thing. Okay, you can deploy a bot, you can program a bot. If you have to do it, you can do it in an afternoon if you want to. Okay, now we only have half an hour for this session, so this is not enough to try out everything, but I just have 2 or 3 slides, and the rest I will try some demos, but no guarantees. Anyway, let's say you are a user, and this user will try to use one of these channels. This can be Teams, this can be just a website, this can be a mobile app, or Slack, or even Cortana, but you also get other things such as Facebook, etc. So you can interact with this. You can create this in your own apps as well. So you have REST APIs to connect to this if you really want to, and integrate this in your own app as well. So this is not limited to the things that you see here. You can create more. Now, channels are common between all of this, but then you have to make a decision. Should you use Azure bots, or should you use Power Virtual Agents? Now, I did mention Power Virtual Agents first, so let's go here. If you try Power Virtual Agents, in that case, you have all of the work done for you. You don't have to worry about infrastructure. Things just work. But you need to do things like run actions, etc., save things on disk, etc., on a database, something like that. In that case, you will need to use Power Automate. And Power Automate, as you probably know, this is the new name for Flow since about a year from now. And this is one of the ways that you can get data from Power Virtual Agents, interact that with a database, and vice versa. Okay, so this is very easy to do as well for anyone who's not familiar with programming. Power Automate is still a graphical interface that handles things very well. But if you want to go more advanced, if you want to have even more functionality, you can use the Azure Bot offering. Now, this is very similar to a website in practical terms, and then you add a layer on top that adds the channels and a few other configurations, and even things like analyzing metrics, getting insights from the calls, from the chats, if you want to call them that, and those will be an extra besides what you would expect for a normal website. But funny enough is that if you have just a simple bot framework, and you can go to botframework.com, you can just deploy this on premises without Azure, without Power Virtual Agents, etc. You can just deploy this on premises. But the intelligent part is actually in Azure. So you will need things like language understanding services, which is Luigi here. And Luigi will actually convert, as I mentioned, some sentence and break it down to small parts. So the verb part, or the action part, which is turn on a light, and then the light part will be your parameters or your entities, if you want to use the formal name for that. You also have the things like Q&A Maker, which is a series of questions and answers, which will be intelligent enough to analyze from the question, and if necessary, from the possible answers, which of these will correspond better to the question that the user asked. So this is fairly easy. You can also interact this, because remember, you are doing the programming yourself, let's say in C#, for instance, and then you can get to databases, to anywhere else where you want to use data, and you can even run some actions. Let's say you want to call an Azure IoT device and say, please turn on the lights. But in that case, let's say the Azure bot will actually be in the cloud, but then you can still call the device, or if you prefer, you can just have the actual bot in the device itself, and that will be self-sufficient if there is no internet. Okay, I've shown more than enough slides. Now I'm going to go and move on to demos, and this can go terribly wrong, by the way. So I have my Azure portal here, and a few of the things you can do is you can create some objects. Now, one of the objects you can create is you can create an Azure bot. Now, an Azure bot doesn't have any kind of options that you want to create. The previous one, which used to be the web app bot, will actually generate a demo bot, and this was actually interesting. Sadly, they don't have it anymore, so this becomes just slightly more difficult for anyone to start with a bot. Now, all you have to do is give it a name and then give it a subscription and then create or use a resource group that already exists and then just generate the bot. So this is fairly easy, okay? You also need a few other services, and let's go here. And some of the services are language understanding services. So what are language understanding services? Some of the bots that you create might actually need this. And language understanding services allows you to get some information from any phrase and actually process it. In fact, if you go to azure.com, let's go there and let's go here. If you go to azure.com, you will be able to see a very nice demo how this actually works. So you go to products, AI, machine learning, cognitive services, and then somewhere you're going to have language understanding services. You also have Q&A maker, but let's try this one. So this one is easy. And here you have an example here. So let's say I have turn on the lights, switch floor lamp to yellow. So it is yellow, but let's turn it on. Okay, so you might not notice it if this is yellow, but this is actually turned on now. If you say turn the table lights, well, off doesn't work. Floor lamp to green, so suddenly it's green. And then you have information here. Turn on is your intent, and then your entities are basically your parameters. So you specify which light it is. This is the floor light, and you specify that you want to turn the color into green. You could even specify more things. If this was an air conditioning, you could specify temperature. If this was, anything, you can specify, turn it off after 2 minutes or something like that. And then, add that functionality to your code. And then 2 minutes later, this would be turned off. Anyway, language understanding services is easy. You also have Q&A maker. And as I mentioned, Q&A maker, no demo here, but Q&A maker is just a set of questions and answers. One of the things that adds to this, and this is very interesting, is the chit chat. So basically you have some chit chat, which allows you to ask very interesting questions on Q&A maker. Now, give me a second. I will try to enter my own Q&A maker and give you some examples where the chit chat actually works. Now, give me a second. Okay, so we are in Q&A maker. Okay, sign in. Give me a second. I thought I was there already. So this is what happens when you have a live session. You think you're logged in, but suddenly you are not, but that's okay. This is hopefully fast enough. Okay, by the way, I'm not sure if anyone has any questions, but feel free to ask at any time. Okay, we still have about 10 minutes until the end of the session, so please ask. Anyway, I've actually decided to use this one that says core assistance. This actually comes from Bots Composer. I'll get to that just in a second. And I decided to create this. Now, one of the things you have is besides the normal questions and answers that you may add, you also have things like personal information, the chit chat, and things like, do you ever get hurt? Can you breathe, etc. And yes, we know that people usually ask this kind of things for bots. I know I did a lot of this for Cortana at the time, but if you go to Siri, etc., they have all of these things. Do you have a name, etc.? So there's a lot of questions. Why are you so boring? I am for efficiency, etc. So you get some these kind of witty answers from the bots, and because some of these are already created and these are hundreds and hundreds of answers already created, this makes the bot look intelligent. Okay, so you start with Q&A pair, so just question and a few answers. All of these are the same questions for the same answer. Okay, so this is easy. But let's say you want to add a new question, you go here, add Q&A maker repair, and you say, how do I enforce my warranty on this product, something like that, okay? And then on the right, you actually have the answer, and they will give you an answer. You can add links, etc. So basically anything on the right will be provided to the user. But remember, you can change the code and give something different. This is entirely on you, okay? But anyway, once you create it, you have the possibility of seeing a few things. Now, to actually look at an Azure bot might be a bit boring. So let me just go here to see if this is the one. If you look at an Azure bot, might be boring because you're not going to see that much things in here. You have a test in web chat, but I haven't deployed anything to it yet, okay? You do that via the composer, the bot composer, and this is something that you can download, but I'll get to that just in a second. But anyway, the things I wanted to show you was things like this channel here. And you have this in Power Virtual Agents as well. Now, by default, you have a web chat. And remember, I just created this, you know, a few, maybe an hour ago, something like that. So it means that I don't have any code here to run. So obviously, I'm going to have an issue here. This is all right. But I just want to show you this, and then we'll show you a bit more to understand this. Now, you have things like the Teams channel. You can add Teams, you can add things like Facebook, you can add, you know, you can even add email, interact via email, you can add Slack, Telegram, etc. There is more, so you can play around with this. Specifically on the Teams one, let me explain how this works. All you have to do is click on the Teams channel, and then from there you will need to create an app, and then you'll ask to publish that app. And then you have to add a few things. By the way, there's nothing to add here at this moment, but I will create an app. That app will be added to your Office 365 tenants, and then some administrator of that tenant will need to approve that app. And for that, you go to admin.microsoft.com and then approve the app. And then from that point on, people will be able to add the app to Teams. Okay, so it's as easy as that. You have the app button somewhere in the bottom, you add all of those apps, and one of them will be yours. You can even do things like ads, sorry, not this one, give me a second. You can even add an icon and things like that. So the usual stuff that you might expect. Now, because we have limited time, let me just go directly to Power Virtual Agents and show you some of the demos from here, okay? These are fairly easy, but let's show the demos from here. Now, what you actually have is you should jump to powerva.microsoft.com, which is actually the place. By the way, I am using a different account here. I basically went to Learn on Demand and asked to start one of the PL courses, and then that actually generated an Office 365 tenant for me to play around with. So that means that I'm, you know, admin at something, learn on demand, whatever, on Microsoft.com. And in this case, I've decided to create a bot. Now, the bot's already created, but I'll explain exactly how to do it. So you say new bot, okay? And then you name your bot something, you write it here on top, and then you specify a possible language, you choose the language, and then there's going to be one or more environments. By default, you typically have one, but it might be other environments that you want to use. Now, once you do this, you wait like 5 minutes, something like that, and you get a bot. Now I have this bot already. When I started this, I started the bot immediately, and you can just start and type the message. This is a default bot, so if you say hello, something is actually going to happen, okay? By the way, what you see here is the same as you see on Azure bots, okay? It's the same thing. You just have to know that if you try this on the Azure side, you'll have to look at programming, etc. You can use the bot composer, but in the end, this generates some code and use that code. Here, you just have some graphical interface to handle everything, but all of this will be compatible. Okay, in practical terms, this will be compatible. They use the same logic. Now it says I'm a virtual agent, etc. So how do I find this? How do I program this? Well, you go here to topics, and here you have some topics or workflows that you go through. And one of them is the greeting. Now, if I say hello, let me just show you this, remove this for a bit. Remember, I'm here in topics, and go to Authoring Canvas. And here I said hello. This already turned green because I passed through this, but it says hello or something like that. And then the message, I'm a virtual agent. Can I help you with something, etc. So 3 message, what can I help you with today? And this is blank, okay? So that means that I can move on to something else. Now I'll see some other topic, let's say lesson 1, a simple topic. This is just an example. So what are your working hours? So this is a store. Let's see the working hours. So go here to authoring canvas, see the graphical interface. Let's try to play around with this for a bit. When are you closed? So if I just say working hours, okay, and suddenly all of these turn to green gradually. This will be gradual. It seems very immediate, but this is actually gradual. And they say Redmond hours are something, Seattle hours are something. That's fine. Seems all right. This is just copy paste. I'm basically just adding a message. By the way, I'm not even going to attempt to change this because we don't have enough time for this, but you get the idea. We can play around with this. You can change the text, etc. You can add more things to this workflow, okay? Anyway, end of conversation. This continues all the way up to end of conversation. What is this? Well, it actually jumps. It's a go-to, okay? It's very nice in programming. People hate it. Teachers hate it in programming, but it actually serves very useful purposes. End of conversation. So, did that answer your question? Well, it wasn't there, but the end of conversation actually asks this question. Trigger phrase is nothing, so you have to be redirected into it. But then did that answer your question? And the answer is Boolean. So it's either going to be a yes and a true, basically, or a no, a false. And you might have all other conditions in some other cases, but not in this case. Now, if I say, did that answer your question? I'm going to say yes. So if I say yes, condition and redirect will turn to green, and then you have a confirmed success. Now you redirect to confirm success. Let's go to confirm success and see how this works. Go to authoring canvas again, and then confirm success will, no trigger phrases, you just jump into it, and then rate the thing so you can give a star rating. By the way, this is something that exists in a bot, makes it easier for you to add to the end, but you can add your own if you prefer, okay? So let's give it some experience, number 4. So that's easy. So it turns to green. Thank you for your feedback. Can I help with anything else? So again, a Boolean. It can be a text. You can actually write a text. Some of the examples, more advanced examples, actually have text. Now, if you say yes or no, and then if you say yes, he says, just go ahead and listen. It has a plus sign here, so that means that you'll just resume what you were doing from the beginning. You can start any other workflow. But if you say redirect to goodbye, so let's say no thanks, it jumps to goodbye. And then from here, there's a goodbye option. Where's this? A goodbye option. Thank you for chatting with me. And it is over. Okay, so basically this will be over. Yes, you can say hello again, and this restarts. Yeah, this is going to restart again, but pretty much you assume that this is over, and you can even add some functionality to close the window or to do something. Not in this case, but you can do it. Now, a few things to mention. So entities, we talked about topics, so we have quite a few topics here. You can add as many as you want. These are workflows, basically. So some of these come already from the bots. Others you create yourself. So all of these that have the possibility of enabling or disabling, these come from the ones that you can do, the ones that you can do. But you can change all of this if you really want to. You have entities. So entities are if you ask for the name of a city. So you might have a full list of cities, etc. In this case, you don't. In this case, you just have a few options pre-built here as an example, but you can actually have more. But I have one which is a closed list. So this was actually created here 13 hours ago when I created this. So if I go to usage type, I have home user, gamer, business user. Why? Because this is part of one of the more advanced workflows here. Okay. So if I added some item here, let's say something else, let's say an MCT. I'm actually going to add MCT. Okay, that's different. So, okay, add an MCT. I can add synonyms. Let's say a synonym would be a trainer. So both of these would work. Okay, so if I say MCT or trainer, both of these will work very well. Okay. One of the things I wanted to show you is if you go to topics, you can use something called the bot framework composer. We don't have time to have a look at this, but the Bot Framework Composer has an interface which is very similar to this graphical interface, and you can play around with this as well, okay? More advanced, and you can even generate code so that you can use C#, etc. You can generate this in a more advanced way, okay? Now, if you want to use this, you need to publish it first. So you click on Publish. I've did this before, but you can go to this demo website and actually see that this is available here. So if you say hello, this is available here, okay? So this is the same bots. However, if you want to play around with this, let's say you want to manage your channels, you can say demo website, which is this one, but you can say your own custom websites, and they will give you this to add to your websites as an iframe. Now I'm going to be very lazy and just copy the link, okay? And if you have a look at this, oh, something happened. What did I add that I shouldn't add? So the quotes, okay, this happens, okay. Live testing. So this is the bots. This is the full window for the bots. If you say hello here, this works the same way, right? And you also have other channels. This is just one. You also have all of the other channels like Teams, etc. And then you need to add that, create an app for Teams, etc., etc. The things that I mentioned just before. Okay, having said that, this is fairly easy. There's much more here to say, but we actually don't have that much time to do it. Just to mention that if you use the Bot Composer, the Bot Composer will allow you to create things for Power Virtual Agent, but also here for Azure Bots as well. And then there's another object, and let me go to the next slide here, because this one has a lot of links. I'll leave that just for a few seconds, and because we ran out of time, but basically, you have the possibility of using not only the composer, but something called the Bot Framework Emulator. So basically you can have an application on your computer that connects to the bots and will give you feedback, a lot of debug. If you connect to language understanding services, Q&A maker, etc., all of this will show up there, right? So this will explain to you exactly what's happening between all of these connected objects, and you can debug this for yourself. Now, a lot of lists here: Power Virtual Agents, documentation, Azure Bots. Create your first bots using this in Azure as well. Bot Framework, go to botframework.com. Remember, Bot Framework is what binds all of these things together. You don't even need Power Virtual Agents or Azure Bots. You just need the Bot Framework, but to make it intelligent, you need language understanding services and Q&A maker, one of these anyway, to actually make it more intelligent. Now, things like Microsoft Learning, you probably heard of this on GitHub, right? And if you try AI 102, you have labs to create Azure bots. If you try, for instance, PL900, there's more, but PL900, the last lab will try Power Virtual Agents. So most of you or all of you are MCTs, so you know how to go there and try this for yourself. My demo was very quick, but you have plenty of time to try this yourself. Don't look at pricing, especially for Power Virtual Agents. That's my advice. So anyway, I'm not sure if anyone has any questions, but I'll take them now very quickly before the next speaker. Okay. If not, I just want to thank everyone for being in the session and wish the best of luck for all of the next speakers, and especially thank the organizers for hosting this event. Okay. So I'm not sure, doesn't seem to be any questions, or are there? Let me check. I don't think so.
One question. I'm going to.
Oh, please ask.
Yes.
Please ask. Please ask. Okay.
It's in the chat. Can you see it?
Okay. What is the difference between cognitive services and applied AI services? One contains container vision, computer vision, and the other search services. Well, cognitive services are a bunch of options that you have for running a lot of different things. So you have computer vision, face, you can analyze faces, see the age, you know, a lot of details about a person. You can even match faces, etc., to see if this are the same person. In the case of search services, and especially, I'm not sure if this is the question, but specifically in the case of Azure Search or Azure Cognitive Search, this is basically a search engine that allows you to search for things in your databases, etc., and then just use some of these cognitive services as an extra to improve the search. Okay. In any case, I'm not sure if we have any more time to detail this, but I would suggest feel free to contact me. Just go to andy.pt, check out my contacts, and just ask me the question directly. I will be happy to answer that, so no problems there. Okay. Anyway, we're on to our next speaker, I suppose, and for that, I will send this over to the studio again. So thank you everyone for being here. Thank you, and have fun at the summit.
Thank you so much, Andre. This was amazing. We learned a lot about the bots and stuff. Your presence here is amazing, and thank you for taking out your time to provide us with this all information. Moving along, our next speaker is Khalid Hussain from Germany, and he is going to talk about MS threat protection and XDR. So over to you, Khalid.
So thank you very much. Hi, everyone. And Zara, just give me the thumbs up that you guys can see my screen. You guys can see my screen now?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. So thank you for giving me the chance, and I'm happy that we started at least something really amazing in Pakistan, MCT Summits, and thanks for Zara and all the team and organizers, especially Abdullah Bhai. So short introduction from my side, my name is Khalid Hussain, and I am working in leading consulting, like you can say in Big Four as a senior manager for cloud security. So I'm ex-Microsoft alumni, and I'm working in multi-dimension, like in multi-cloud. My skills is in direction of cloud infrastructure and cybersecurity. So in day-to-day routine, I am working with C-levels for strategy and architecture. That's my introduction. So if someone likes to follow me on social media, LinkedIn, so @I Khalid Hussain is my handle, so you guys can find me anywhere. Okay, so let's start about the talk about today. Today's topic, as I mentioned in the start, that we have to look into integrated SIEM and XDR. XDR, you can say it's a fully automated response, detection and response solutions by Microsoft. So being an MCT, it's fun part to teach in day-to-day tasks and with customers as well. That's what I'm enjoying. So 1 minute, okay. So let's see, the navigation of security dynamics of the landscape is totally shifting up these days because as we see that growing social engineering techniques, and we are not capable to handle such sophisticated attacks, especially in the organizations. And as we are moving into the cloud side, our landscape of IT especially is really gonna complex because we are using SaaS, we are using PaaS workloads, we are using, let's say, infrastructure as a service, and still we are using legacy applications and the hybrid workloads. So that's actually the landscape. And in the meantime, that we have lots of scattered islands around our workplace, especially in identity and access management, devices, IoT. We are working from the home office, and we are using different customer identities, or we are collaborating with partners, B2B, B2C. So there is the situation is really complex, and then we have to look at how Microsoft provide this consistent experience in one big picture, that Microsoft give us clear visibility around application endpoints, identities, and data. And I would say that consistent experience, integrated experience, help us to make better our security posture, that start from our email security and workplace security, that we are getting tons of phishing, spamming over the days. You know, most of the hacking techniques being used through the social engineering tools are phishing, spear phishing, whaling. There are many techniques bad guys are using. So in the general, that Microsoft provide all layers security to protect our workplace, our laptops, our devices, our our way of communication, writing the email, we are chatting in the team, then we are sending the links. So in the same time, we have to look into the endpoint and identity and data. So identity is a core protection part for any organization, because Microsoft having big part in general picture that most of the organizations using LDAP authentication or Kerberos authentication using Microsoft solution, Azure AD, or local Active Directory and hybrid scenario. So yeah, we have to look into the big different pictures. So, and in Microsoft security stack, I want to elaborate one thing more, that most of the organizations using old third-party email security gateways, but that are not sufficient at this stage, because we have to look into email security. That's one point. It's fine. Other vendors having great capabilities, they have a great solution, definitely works for them. But the big edge from Microsoft XDR with Microsoft Defender for Office 365 is you can protect with your teams, with your SharePoint, OneDrive, and plus email. That is a key differentiator between other vendors and Microsoft Defender for Office 365. And even Microsoft supports in that track for your organization, especially for having clear advantage over internal organization email sending security plus point that no one other vendors are doing that. So as I mentioned, that this landscape is going to be really complex, because before, let's say, one step back, in 5 years or 10 years before, everything revolves around your network, VPN, firewall, proxies, no. But right now, the things is totally changed. That circulate around identities and the devices, because now core parameter of your security is identity, because what your user is doing, where it's logged in, what kind of devices they use, what's their location, IP is healthy or malicious, what's their sign-in frequency, everything you have to assess in the real time. So there you can deploy policies around, and Microsoft is giving you a really big, powerful platform with Microsoft 365, E5 security or compliance workloads. So you can protect everything, but again, security is not a name of any product. It's a framework. You have to protect it at each layer. And what Microsoft security is giving you is simplification in your complex landscape. Catch with what others misses and grow your future. That's actually the picture that most of the organizations asking, that what value we can get out of it. The two things Microsoft provide: consistent experience and correlation of the data. If something is coming wrong from your identity side, it's communicated to all other workloads in the real time, and data will be correlated, and you can take the action on that. And even you can define automation and remediation as well. So yeah, that's actually the big picture. So some people think that Microsoft is not a security vendor anymore. So as a MCT, I love to say that Microsoft having lots of capabilities from the past 4 or 5 years. And as a Microsoft alumni, I work for Microsoft, so I know there was a gap. But now, if we see the end of 2020, Microsoft having much more capabilities with respect to the other cloud providers, especially in identity governance, identity lifecycle management, encryption, device management, network security solutions, threat protection, CASB. So that's a key differentiator in Microsoft security, especially that I love to speak all the time, and I'm consulting with that. Yeah. And there are the 4 pillars in Microsoft security. Definitely, I want to go quickly into that. There is identity and access management, threat protection, and information protection, and cloud security. So Microsoft provides you guys, especially as a customer, consistent identity and access management control plane, where you can connect all your identities with multi-cloud, with on-premise applications, with hybrid, like you can connect with your on-premise Active Directory, and even you can go with B2B and B2C. That's simply fairly possible. And in the same way, Microsoft gives you the real-time access control over your strong authentication using multi-factor authentication and real-time adaptive policies and risk detection and remediation, that all based on the control with AI and machine learning behaviors based solutions. So protecting about the compromised endpoints, that as I mentioned, that Microsoft having a really structured way that you can define some policies, that each policy you can define based on the department or the global level. It's up to you that how you like to design it. It will check your user, that user belongs to that specific group. It checks your which applications you're gonna access, and it will check your device in the real time, that the device allowed to access it or not. You can put those devices if you have sensitive data, and then you can ask them for enrolled devices, or you can ask them for multi-factor authentication. You ask them, you need to be logged in from the specific location. It's completely up to your design, and it's in the few clicks you can achieve it. And that best part I see in general, that I'm working in day-to-day consulting work with global organizations, especially Microsoft provide in XDR solution, that Microsoft Defender for Identities. You know, as I mentioned in past years, network was really important. Still, network having the value, but now it comes to the UEBA, user entity behavior analytics, that you have to check that what your user is doing, where they're logging in, what's their perspective, what's their frequency of login, and what kind of resources they are accessing. And it gives you the protection around NTLM, Kerberos, LDAP, pass the hash, pass the ticket. There is lots of more topics to go. And this will help us in prevention, detection, investigation, and respond with automation. You can use that with the, again, more workloads that Microsoft Cloud App Security. You can automate if some anomalies comes in your system. You can investigate it, and you can define the rules and the policies to protect it and use that. So here is a big picture, that if you really like to protect your end-to-end identity solution, access management solution, you can go with Microsoft Defender for Identities and Microsoft Cloud App Security Identity Protection to check the impossible travel around the world. Let's say if you have a global organization, and your global organization is having different offices, and employees are the C-levels or the board of directors, they are frequently flying around. So you can track the users also, that someone will not misuse the credential of your potential users. And on the top, Microsoft Defender for Identities, Microsoft Defender for Office 365, you can protect across the devices, identities, apps, whatever you can connect it with. So what Microsoft Defender for Identities actually provide, proactive, it's a pre-breach solution, efficient, prioritize, and then you can define that you want to take the action on the top or not. It's completely up to you that how you like to design it. Yes, so we can use, I can come over on the Sentinel part, definitely. So Azure Sentinel, definitely we can use into multi-cloud strategy, all the connectors, even you have tons of security vendors also, so you can connect it with, definitely I can show you in the last minutes. Okay, so in picture for threat protection, that is actually the picture that I'm going to show you guys, that Azure Sentinel, you can use it. You can connect your Amazon or Google environments directly to the Azure Security Center, and then you push that logs in this way. Otherwise, you can directly connect your cloud side, multi-cloud side, other cloud vendors directly into the Azure Sentinel Plus. That's also possibilities are there. And even you have a hybrid data center, let's say you are not using cloud, you have an on-premise data center, you can deploy with on-premise log collector and send it to Azure Sentinel. But Sentinel, you have to really design in the cost perspective. It's a little expensive solution, but it's much more efficient. It's a source, security, orchestration, automation, and remediation. So Azure Sentinel works with Azure Defender and Microsoft 365 Defender. They have a native connectors with other security workloads. That is actually a big picture called XDR. So as I mentioned that in Azure Sentinel, in threat protection, you have a visibility based on the user entity behavior analysis, threat intelligence, AI, automation, lots of more capabilities there, threat hunting, you can use that. And it's not just it's giving us, let's say, Microsoft XDR Defender. It's give us complete protection around your cloud applications, account, your personal Office 365 apps, documents, emails, identities, across any device, anywhere. It does not matter. You don't need to be on the specific networks, let's say. If we go to the other side, you can choose this Azure Defender. Azure Defender is, you can say it's a new name for Azure Security Center. So you can pick it up what you like to protect on, like SQL Server, Server VMs, Microsoft Defender for endpoint. Using Azure Defender is rolled out now. So you can use that for your data center side, also containers, network traffic, IoT. So that's actually in the general Azure Microsoft integrated SIEM solution, and I would say Defender, SOAR, that gives you the big picture that how things are integrated. So here you can cover your infrastructure, your apps, your network, your automation, remediation, any kind of data, and cloud native identities, devices, users. It's completely in your hands, and it's all correlating the data together. That's the beauty in Microsoft XDR and integrated SIEM solutions. So I just go over the quickly to information protection is part of that you can protect on with the Cloud App Security. In Cloud App Security, there is several capabilities, so you can apply, use, you can connect. Actually, Cloud App Security is the name of the product. You can connect identity protection, security center, everything into one policy. It's a prevention solution. You can block the users from doing certain actions. So let's say you can protect the data, accidental sharing based on the DLP, based on the compliance. And if some users are trying to upload your data to the unwanted application, storage applications, so you can check that, and you can define that these applications are sentient applications or unsentient applications. So it's completely up to you. And if there is someone is trying to violate the policies, that you can take the action, minimize the impact, and you can connect it with a Sentinel as well. So Cloud App Security and Azure Sentinel working hand to hand together to provide the best consistent experience. Oh, I will come into the cloud security. As I mentioned, that Azure Security Center, that having the capability to give you the big picture. Azure Defender is dedicatedly for infrastructure, PaaS, and containerized security and database security. So Azure Security Center is name of umbrella, where you can connect multi-cloud like Google or Amazon directly into your system. So, and then you can leverage the capability of Defender. So let me show you guys about this. So I hope you guys can see my screen. So let's say this is the security center here, and let me go one step back. So this is a Sentinel, as you mentioned. So in Azure Sentinel, I have a connected experience here. So I'm getting lots of data into last 30 days. Let's say, let them pop up with. Yeah, so you see there is data is going on. So I see that I try to use some capabilities, try to log into the Sessionizer app that is using my corporate credentials. So it gives me the clear picture that what I'm doing and what I did. So that's a consistent experience. I try to log in to the sessionizer.com, that is event management application, but with corporate application, corporate credentials. So you can see that complete trail, and it's pushed to the Sentinel as well. So you can take the action from there. You can create the teams or alert rules, whatever, you can choose that. So into the data connectors, so you have data connectors, you have tons of data connector like 116, so you can connect whatever you like, Barracuda, Cisco, Google, or Amazon Web Services. You can go over here directly and you can just bring your credentials and create some necessary steps and you can connect it with. So that works fine. So into the security center, as I mentioned, so you can find the regulatory compliance if you want to apply on that, data protection, whatever you like to use, network security. And here is a Defender. And if you like to use Defender for storage, Defender for containerization, so it's completely up to you that how you like to manage it, because you have to pay for that. So I have 2 subscriptions that I am managing on. So, and in cloud app security, as I mentioned, Microsoft provide big footprint to analyze around 17,000 plus applications using cloud app security. You can connect it with, and you can do the native integration into Defender, XDR, Sentinel, information protection, and access management using that. And last but not least, that is GitHub Enterprise. So you can put your code repositories, version control under the track using DevSecOps code and deployment lifecycle management using GitHub. And you can connect it with also with Azure Security Center and Sentinel stuff. And that is actually threat protection zero trust strategy, that you have to control everything based on identity and access management. Then you have to define information protection, cloud security based on criticality of your data and apps and infrastructure and network. So that is actually integrated experience with the SIEM and I would say source solution Microsoft providing. Yeah. So I would say thank you very much, everyone. If you guys have any question, please feel free to ask me. I'm happy to answer that. Maimuna, I think my time is over now.
Yeah, there is a question for you, Khalid, which says,
Yes.
Can you use Sentinel in multi-cloud environment?
Yes, we can use, and as I mentioned, you can use a multi-cloud environment and plus from any other data center, any security vendor you can connect it with. If there is a no connector that are available, please, you can build your own log collectors and you can push it, the data, ingest the data into the Sentinel. Yes, you can do that.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Khalid.
Thank you. So thank you very much, all of you, and giving me the opportunities, and yeah, looking forward for the next sessions. So good luck.
Pardon me for the internet connection. Thank you, Khalid. Much informative it was. Next, we have a tech lady from United Kingdom, Gintari Cross, and she'll be enlightening us with Dynamics 365F and SCM electronic reporting. Over to you, Gintari.
Thank you. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yeah,
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this event. You did a great job, and I'm very happy to be part of it. So, my name is Gintara Cross, and I'm a software engineer and MCT at Quantic UK. I currently live in UK, but I was born in Lithuania. Today, I would like to ask a question. Has the Microsoft Dynamics 365 Finance and Supply Chain Management System tool called Electronic Reporting the correct name for it? To answer this question, we first need to understand what this tool is capable of and the definition of electronic reporting. So, what is the definition of electronic reporting? Electronic reporting is a tool that you can use to configure formats for both incoming and outgoing electronic documents, following the legal requirements of various countries and regions in the Dynamics 365 Finance and Supply Chain Management System. The Microsoft Dynamics 365 FNSEM system has different types of reporting available. For example, SSRS, embedded Power BI, and so on. Usually, these are the types of reports a customer sees first when we do a system implementation or have training further down the line. Now, if you are a novice to Dynamics 365 FNSEM system, would you find the term electronic reporting misleading after seeing SSRS and other types of reporting tools? To answer this question, let's analyze what the electronic reporting tool is capable of providing. So first of all, where can you find it? Users can find it on the main Dynamics 365 FNSEM system screen in Electronic Reporting Workspace. If you go inside it, you can see the localization configuration screen. These configurations can allow partners, ISVs, and the client himself to manage document design, destination, and any related configurations. This tool enables the application of document updates should any standard Microsoft-provided documents have to be used, as in then legal document format changes. It also allows creating your documents and keeping document versions. Let's go further into reporting configuration screen, which enables document creation. What does the reporting configuration looks like? The screen on the left shows the documents either downloaded from the Microsoft Global Repository or that have been manually created. Microsoft documents can also be extended. The screen on the right shows the specific document version parameters. There can be multiple versions of the same document, but only one default version per document. It is also possible to manage the document release dates so that the specific version of the document would kick in at a particular date. To create or amend reports, the design is available at the top of the screen. Once you are in the designer, you can see, in this case, a simple XML file mapping. In this case, it will be sales order lines. On the left side, you can see the document format, the end result. And on the right side, where it's model, it has the model where data is coming from. Although the tool is recommended for functional consultants, you can also notice that specific developer tools are also incorporated. For example, you can debug your document. You can see the button at the top right corner. To create a document format, first of all, you need to have the model. You can see in the picture there is a parent element of the format, but there are again exceptions. The first model level is designing a structure. Again, you can see that in the picture. As well, must identify field data types. So you have to have some knowledge or some technical knowledge, like what is string, what is Boolean, and so on. The next step is to specify model direction. It can be either to model or to destination. So it is either an input or output document. Finally, you need to specify the mapping. This time the sides are reversed. On the right side, we have model structure, while on the left side, we have data sources, for example, sales lines in this case. Data sources inherit the object parameters of the actual object in the database or external system. As you can see on the left side, it as well allows fetching data from different systems and different objects. While we can take data directly from the tables, we as well are able to use classes or even connect to related systems. For example, on the left side, you can see Dynamics 365 for retail. Now, that you have seen the tool, let's talk about capabilities. First of all, we can implement a new report layout that can substitute the current SSRS report layout. So far, so good. It has a direct link to another reporting tool. It allows to prepare international banking, government, legal, and other documents, for example, making tax digital, BACS, and many others. Again, nothing out of the ordinary for a reporting tool. It has ability to integrate with other systems. Hang on. So we can integrate with other systems. So is it a reporting and integration tool then? Let's move further. It can handle both output and input data. The fact that it can handle both incoming and outgoing data further strengthens the argument that this tool has integration capabilities. It supports multiple formats: Excel, PDF, TXT, and variations of TXT, Word, XML, JSON, and so on. Now, we would expect such formats as Excel, PDF, or Word for our reports, but having our documents in XML or JSON format shows that some document types in electronic reporting are designed not for the human eye. Now let's see the architecture of a data flow. We won't go into details, but one thing you can notice in this diagram is that the document is initialized from application data, or we can simplify and say system database. Then it triggers standard behavior of the model and format and returns outgoing documents. We don't have the information on the destination of these documents. Let's look then next at the incoming flow. The flow looks the same as the previous one, but reversed. It means that this tool can bring data to the system database, which again would suggest integration. Further to the point, to use incoming electronic reports, you should mark the report model as an integration point. I believe that at this stage, it is more and more apparent that this tool is designed to fetch and output data for the human eye as well as other systems. It has capability of integrating with other systems and generally is not limited to reporting. So what actually is it? It is an export and import tool which allows connection and communication with other systems. I would say that this makes it a hybrid tool which reaches beyond reporting. So what would you call this tool? Thank you. Any questions? Are there any questions?
Not at the moment, no. So we're waiting if anyone wants to ask. We have a question for you in the chat, please.
Okay.
Yeah, a bunch of questions, 2 questions.
So input data could be, for example, financial report coming from another system, which I would classify again as integration. Any more questions?
Yeah, the question is why ER seems to. Can you see the question?
Yes, I can. Yes, thank you. So the question is why electronic reporting seems so complicated for functional consultants, taking into account while it was developed for functional specialists. I would say that this tool is still in infancy. It's relatively new. And at the moment, we are still dealing with tables and classes and really technical objects. I really hope that going forward in the future, we will simplify electronic reporting and functional people will be able to use it in easier way without help from the developers. But at the moment, unfortunately, whoever designs these reports, if you're designing it from scratch, in most of the cases, we need to work with the developer. Any more questions? No. Okay, thank you very much then. And again, I'm very happy to be part of this event. And go on.
Okay, that is what would you propose to name it and why?
Okay, so if it would be up to me, I would call it probably interfacing and reporting framework because this tool really covers both. And we need to separate it from DMF framework, which is data management framework, because this tool is not designed to do data imports and exports, let's say for data migration. It's more continuous usage tool. Thank you. Any more questions?
Yes, in the chat.
Okay, so the question is, we are using DAX 2012 and we haven't such a document to see that DAX 2012 completely flow how we are work. Right, so first of all, this tool is available only in D365 FNSCM. And the flow is basically, we can, as I was showing in the document, we have input and output flow. Model controls the data structure, and the format controls the output or input if you are going other way around. And yeah, it connects to the D365 FNSCM database. Thanks. Any more questions? No. Okay. So in that case, yeah, thank you very much. And I wish good luck to the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Jintar, for this amazing and Atlantic and highlighting session. This was appreciated. All your efforts were appreciated, and your time as well. Moving along, Sorry, we're basically facing a little bit of technical issue with our next speaker. So we are going to call Chetan Patel because he was not prepared. We're going to take just 2 to 3 minutes for him to get ready, and then we'll go live with his session. So let me know once you're ready, please, Chetan. to tell you a little bit about him, and the topic he will be discussing is Chetan Patel is from South Africa, and he will be discussing metrics that matters. So it will be a general talk for 30 minutes, and you can ask any question at any moment if you have about the session, about the next speaker, or about the speaker, the talk that speaker is having. If you're facing any difficulties, you can also reach us out. So let's just wait a little bit more for Chetan to be prepared, and then we can go live with him. Okay, we are live with Chetan now. Chetan, over to you, please.
All right, welcome everybody to Metrics That Matter Demystified platform. And what we are going to have a look at today is everything about metrics that matter. All right, so my session, Metrics That Matter Demystified, we're going to see what an incredibly powerful and smart enterprise performance evaluation tool is that is currently available as a free benefit to all Microsoft certified trainers. This session will help Microsoft certified trainers to understand why MTM should be the platform to use for all student evaluations in their training sessions. I'd just like to say a big thank you to Usman Lodi for organizing this MCT Summit. Although I've presented at many different events before, this is my first time presenting at the MCT Summit, and I'm very excited, and I appreciate it for being provided the opportunity to present at the summit. Thank you to the organizing team too for organizing this particular summit. I have placed a hashtag at the bottom of the slide. Let's get this presentation trending. MCT Summit Pakistan 2021 is the hashtag that we have. Just a little bit about myself. My name is Chintan Patel. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer based in Johannesburg, South Africa. I provide training and consulting in the Microsoft 365 space, predominantly in Microsoft Office. So I do a lot of end user and business user training for all the Office applications, but also do so for the Microsoft 365 apps. I also provide consulting and do find solutions for people in this space as well. I am also a Microsoft certified trainer regional lead for Southern Africa. As a regional lead, I provide mentorship and support to Microsoft certified trainers in South Africa, but I also unofficially support 15 other Southern African countries. But I am known to help everyone around the world, and I'm active in the Microsoft certified trainer support forums and on the MCT network Facebook and LinkedIn groups. So what are we going to see in this particular session? What is metrics that matter? How to get MTM access as an MCT, setting up MTM, accessing MTM ports, and then we will have a Q&A session as well. So what we are just going to look at as well in terms of the links that I will share during the session. So when we want to reference anything, we will be able to find all the information that we need via this particular link. So this link over here is just a page that has all the relevant links that are required for this particular session, and I am going to place that into the Q&A so then it is easily accessible. Instead of me putting different links each time, all the links can be accessed at this particular point. So moving on to metrics that matter itself. So what is metrics that matter? Why is it something we have to be using? What is its purpose? And it is this performance and evaluation tool that we have. It is a platform for measuring student and class performance. It does evaluation, does reporting. It's one of the leading solutions available. This is the solution that Microsoft Worldwide Learning prefers to use when measuring the instructional performance of Microsoft certified trainers. Based on the scores you achieve, Microsoft uses them to assess whether you are able to return as a Microsoft certified trainer each year at the time of renewing your certification. It's also a reporting tool just generally to be used everywhere. If you are applying for a training position somewhere, if you are required to do public speaking somewhere, and it requires you to physically be in front of a stage when we are back into the classroom, back in some sort of conference, or in a virtual training session, the metrics that matter reports that get generated really show somebody or anyone that's looking to find out more about you, how you perform as a facilitator, as a trainer, as a speaker in that regard. So we are quite fortunate as Microsoft certified trainers to have this tool available to us because it normally costs a lot of money if you're a training organization, whether you're an outsider. Paying for a tool that has these great enterprise capabilities of being able to show how well you're doing, right? It's something that, you know, it's something we should know all the time. It's really good to have. You may get some sort of performance indication afterwards from your audience, right? But it's really good to see that on paper. It's really good to see that as a record, and then it's good to add to your CV, your resume, and everything else, just to show everyone that you can really teach, you can really present. And however, apart from complying with Microsoft Worldwide Learning's student and class evaluation requirements, it is this very useful solution to identify what impact have we made as Microsoft certified trainers towards the students. From the evaluation, we want to see if the students are able to apply the skills learned to their current job, to their current job role, and we want to see that they get better at their job role every time. We want to also see how well we're doing. That's something I just mentioned just now, but the journey doesn't stop at just providing the evaluations and then moving on, right? Well, depending on what arrangement you have with the training organization or with your client or with whoever you are teaching, you always want to know how well they are doing afterwards, right? In the training session, we had a really fantastic, engaging session. We were asking questions, right? But the proof of all of that to show if it actually worked or not is in the student evaluation report or in the survey or whatever we may have, right? So evaluations are just important, just very, very important. If you are a Microsoft certified trainer, you recently became one, and you are going to now start with your very first training sessions, then it is a good idea to figure out what platform to use for your evaluations. Now, there are many out there that you could use, and I'll show that in a moment. We'll explain why MTM, what's wrong with the others, right? But to make it easier, to simplify things, we want to use MTM, right? And it is something that's given to us. And let's just find out a little bit more about that then. So how do we get MTM access as an MCT? So we are able to make use of platforms like Microsoft Forms, Google Forms, SurveyMonkey, etc. All these platforms are free. So why MTM, right? So even though they are free, you still have to think about the questions you want to come up with. MTM has the questions done for you. They're created for you. You can go through the activity yourself to figure out the questions you'd like to use to assess your instructional performance, as well as how the class performed. Right, so you can think of those questions, but then a doubt arises, are they good enough? Can this truly measure the way I am performing? Can this truly measure the way the class interacted with me and how the actual course instruction went? Now, there's many different questions you can find on the internet. There's different websites you can visit. There's different forums you can ask somebody, right? But with metrics that matter, as a Microsoft certified trainer, the benefit is there. Let's use that benefit, right? The questions themselves are pretty good. We'll see that in the reports afterwards. So I have generated some reports from earlier trainings this year, so we can identify what they're all about and what they really are showcasing, right? But we get the questions available to us because this is a common question I get. When I'm browsing the internet, browsing the support forums, when people get in touch with me, when trainers get in touch with me, they seem to struggle to figure out MTM, and then they jump to another survey solution because yes, they may have heard somebody else talking about it, right? But you still have to then come up with the questions if you use another platform. That's just the one thing. And then they ask me, okay, what questions can I get or figure out? Well, you're the instructor. You should figure out what sort of questions you'd like to ask about your performance, your class, etc. Right? And if you don't have an idea, then it becomes a bit of a problem, right? And so there's quality issues in there. There's something that maybe I don't know if this will be eligible for a renewal next time for my Microsoft Certified Trainer certification. So let's rather use metrics that matter. It's there, free of charge, available. And how do we get access? Right, there's two ways for us to get access to the platform. First of all, if you are training for another Microsoft Learning partner, you will already have metrics that matter set up for you. Right, so there's no interaction from your point as a trainer to the platform. The learning partner will do all the setups, everything. They will just require some information from you for them to identify who you are in the Microsoft Certified Trainer Network. So you can't access the platform if you're working for another Microsoft Learning partner, or if you're associated your Microsoft certification ID with the learning partner. You'll be able to retrieve reports from them, right, if you request. However, you have much more control using the other method when you're a freelance Microsoft Certified Trainer. So I'm a freelance Microsoft Certified Trainer. I work for multiple training companies, right? And I sometimes also work for companies which are not learning partners. Because of the courses I specifically do in the Microsoft Office space, the Microsoft Office courses don't have official courseware, right? So I'm not required to use Microsoft official courseware for Microsoft Office because none exist. And so I can then freely use my own survey tools, in this case MTM, for my classes. So you are then able to access the platform, add your own clients, schedule your own clients, create your own evaluations, and see the reports. Right, so in the link that I shared in the earlier in the Q&A, you'll find the link available for the steps to follow on how to become or how to get access to MTM as an MCT. Right, so there's a link there, URL MTM guides for MCTs, and then to set up your MTM account. Follow that guide, That's pretty straightforward, and you will get access to the platform. Right. So when you then get access to your platform, then you have one less thing to worry about afterwards. With the other platforms, you have to find a way to manually assemble the submissions, then export to PDF, and then provide it to Microsoft Worldwide Learning at the time of renewing the MCT certification. Right. And so with MTM, everything's packaged for you. MTM links to Microsoft Worldwide Learning so they can see automatically how you're doing. Right. So at the time of renewing, right, that's one less thing to worry about. So I'm going to be demonstrating through screenshots. Unfortunately, we're not able to do a live demo, right? But the screenshots that I show you are exactly the same as if I was doing a live demo. It's just because the site is not performing as well as it's meant to be, right? As a backup, I've just done some screenshots, right? Just to show us the reporting functionality and how do we set this up. So we're going to just see, first of all, what is the standard process? So the standard process is you would add your clients, right? So add your clients. Clients will be an individual that you are training. It could be an organization as well. Then you create and schedule your class, right? We'll see the technicalities of that just now. You then distribute your survey links to the clients after the training has concluded, right? That the actual survey questions that they have to fill out. And then you see your reports. Right? This is as a freelance MCT. If you're working for a learning partner, you'll only be able to do step 4. Right? You don't have access to step 1, 2, and 3. That is usually done by the training company. And in my experience, I can't say for other countries or other organizations across the world. Generally, if you're an MCT working for a learning partner, you don't have access to those things. Right? You can request for reports. You can't view them yourself. You won't be given a set of credentials to log on and see your own reports. I don't know, unless different countries work in different ways, right? I know in the country I am in right now, and for the learning partners I've worked for, I don't have access to that, right? So that's why I operate more as a freelance MCT. So I have more control. So the first screenshot we're starting with is the Metrics That Matter platform, the web page itself. So after you have obtained access to MTM as an MCT, you navigate to www.metricsthatmatter.com, type in your email address and password. It is important you use the same email account that you use for all your Microsoft services for certification, and the same one you use for Pearson VUE, and yeah, so it's just easier to link everything up. Right, then after you have obtained access, this is what the landing page looks like, the home page of the site. You will see some quick statistics on the number of enrollments, how many survey submissions, the average score, the number of classes in the last 90 days. You can always have a look at more statistics afterwards. I've recently viewed some reports, which I am actually going to show you. And then there's some quick links to do a couple of things. And what we are going to do, we are going to go through the process of creating a client and adding a class. So you'd click on the data collection tab at the top right hand corner upon logging in. And then you would click on the classes link in the learning events dialog box. On this screen here, you are able to search for any existing classes, apply various filters, see your current classes, as well as creating a class. When you are creating a class, you normally create the MTM class a day before the actual class begins. So because you are going to be distributing the survey at the end of the course, whether it's a 1-day course, a 3-day course, a 5-day course, right? Get the course and class created on MTM a few days or at least 1 day before the actual class. Right. In this demonstration, I'm actually going to show you a just purely for demonstration purposes, a class that I have conducted already. Right. There's a couple of things I want to show you that may not be visible when you are creating, it's a before a class, right? It may show in a different manner, right? But at this point, we are going to click this button, create a class. In this view here, you will find that you have to put in a course, choose a learning method, choose a client, and the start date and end date. So when you choose your course, you'll be presented with a view of all the different courses available from Microsoft. There's about 3,053 entries. Right, so it even includes courses in other languages. Right, so Microsoft official courses and Microsoft general courses, even community courses in this one view. Right, so I've just filtered down to Microsoft because some of them have different names, different codes, and the likes. Right, so well, in my particular case, I'm going to choose Microsoft Excel because that's a class I recently did. If you don't see the course that you are presenting, right, you want to contact support, right, MTM support. I've given the email address in that link that I shared earlier. And you also want to create a ticket in the MCT support forums. I've also included a link in that one link that I shared earlier. Right. Alternatively, you can click on this option here, custom official Microsoft Learning Product MOC. Right. So that's just a general option that you have if the course you're looking for is not there. Right. So I chose a Microsoft Excel. Right. It gets put in. The next thing you have to choose is your learning method, instructor-led. Instructor-led means you're teaching in a physical venue or a classroom. And otherwise you choose online facilitated if you are teaching the class virtually. Right, so my class was online facilitated. I click on that. Right, then you are required to put in your client. You have to type in your client's name, the organization, the city they're in, and time zone is optional, and then a language. Right, I'm just going to pick English and push the add button. Then we have over here just a need to put in a start date and an end date, right, of your course. Mine is 1 day long, so that's why I've ended it at that point, and I push create a class. Right, then you get this pop-up showing that you have successfully created a class. What would you like to do next? We are going to go to manage classes. Right, so this is something you must do after you create the class. So you click on manage classes, and we then would choose over here the option to see a summary of the class. Right, the summary is now the actual link we would like to see. Right, so see the link of the survey that you can distribute. So when you push summary, then you will be presented with a view like this, some information about your course, and then here at the bottom is what is important. Here's your link that you'll be given. This is the link that you distribute to your students. Right, so this is what is given at the end of the course. You also are provided with a QR code that you can put on your presentation so people can scan the QR code and do the survey on their phone. Just to give you some information about the ability to do an MTM survey on your phone. As of 19 September 2021, MTM surveys are now mobile friendly. Right, so this is with the recent release of MTM version 8.2.3. To learn more about this update in the blog post, I have put that link in that list of links as well that I shared earlier. You can also preview the link, right, just to see how the survey will look like. And then what is also important here is the open and close date. So you have opened up the survey. You are given about, say, 10 days, right? Average of 10 days for students to complete the survey before it closes, right? So just make sure that you encourage students to finish the survey on the day, right? Just makes things easier. Otherwise, you have to constantly follow up with them until the closing date. Right, so the report is then going to be generated afterwards, right? But this is what your students will see. I'm not actually going to go through the entire survey questions, but when you give them a link, this is the first page that they will see, and then they are required to just follow the instructions. Right, the survey usually takes about 5 to 7 minutes. It's a pretty short survey. Right, so then that's what happens when we have created a class, created the links. Now we're going to see the actual reports. Right, so when the results have been captured, I probably think you should wait for about 2-3 days before you access the MTM reports. When you want to access the reports, you click on the reporting tab at the top right, then click on Ready Reports on the left-hand side. And when you, at this point, you can choose a variety of reports that will provide insights on how you are performing and how did the students rate you. In the link that I shared earlier, it will show what each report does. I'm not going to go through that right now in the interest of time. Right, so what is useful, what is a really good report to have. Right, I'm demonstrating the instructor performance report because, in my opinion, it shows the most detail. So then you'd click on this blue button here, instructor performance. You're required to select a date range, a start date, end date, and afterwards you just choose all the relevant fields here, and you'll then push the run report, and then it can take a few minutes to a few hours. That depends on the number of submissions that you actually have. So I'm now going to show you. Right, I'm just going to show you what some of the reports actually look like. So this is an MTM instructor class summary report. Right, it's you can see it's pretty comprehensive. It will show you overall how you performed, the ability to perform, show real world examples and experiences. So this is for a course that I did, Microsoft Teams end user, earlier this year. I picked this particular report because it shows some negative points, right? And that is very useful. So then you know where to improve on, right? And so you can see that it's given some scoring, right? Generally, what the scores are out of, from what I've been told, out of 9. All right, so the scores are all out of 9. Don't know why it's not 10, but yeah, it is 9. And so you can see I've performed pretty close, right? So this particular report class summary, it gives you a description here, helps you to understand overall instructor performance as well as the factors which influence overall score. Use this report to identify areas to make immediate adjustments to before facilitating your next class. So you can see it's a pretty important report, shows you where you need to do really well. So in my case over here, it's told me that the training content that I provided in the class wasn't really clear, maybe, right? Judging from all the other scores, it was quite a bit of a drop. Then you have over here, the ability to see all your comments afterwards, right? So what were some of the things that learners enjoyed, students enjoyed, etc. Right, and then there's another particular report that we have here. Sorry, just jumped over, but so we have this other one here that will show you instructor performance itself, so performance only on you, right? And shows you how well overall you did. Right, so quite comprehensive. I actually like this report the most because it showed all of the comments, right? Every single comment that was made, right? And then this is all about me, right? This is what I really want to see about myself. 8.64 out of 9, pretty good. Right, the learner comment analysis report shows you, and this uses AI actually, surprisingly. It uses really powerful AI to determine positive, negative sentiments about your comments, right? And so this particular one here, there was something slightly negative. The comment or AI analyzes comment, and it seemed like it was a negative comment, right? So pretty useful to know. And then last one, quick question, also really, it has a lot of detail showing you really how people generally answered for each type of question inside the actual environment, right? So in the training environment itself, very, very detailed. Right, so with that then, I'm just going to wrap up with some questions and answers, right? So I just have here on the slide here, if you have MTM specific queries, please email support@explorers.com. If you have MTM queries related to your MCT profile and or the MCT program, you must log a ticket in the MCT support forums. And I've also given the link there. Right, so I can see some questions over here, right? I delivered 2 Azure trainings for ESI, Enterprise Skills Initiative by Microsoft. I noticed Microsoft did not use MTM for feedback of those trainings. Any reason you can think of? Right, so you may have used another platform called Qualtrics, right? Microsoft uses Qualtrics for some of those particular events, especially the ESI events. Now, in that case, you want to just use whatever Microsoft have given. So the MTM is specifically for freelance MCTs and for learning partners, right? If you are going to be doing something physically for Microsoft, right, then in my view, you don't have a choice to say choose which platform to use. Otherwise, I do recommend get in touch with them and maybe ask them if there's a way that they can link that back to MTM so you can get your MTM report, which then you can use when you are renewing your MCT certification. Then we have another question. Can we add manual classes in MTM? Right, so yes, that option is there, right? I'll just jump to that particular slide, and there's an option for that in one of the screenshots I had here earlier. Right, so you have here the option to upload a class, right? And when you're uploading a class, you are given a template by MTM to fill out, very specific fields. Again, in the link that I shared earlier, you'll find all the self-help guides on how to actually do that, right? So if you have classes recorded on paper, if you don't have internet access, right, then there's very specific steps you must follow for that, right? And you can manually create a class provided it is a Microsoft course. You cannot use metrics that matter for non-Microsoft courses unless that particular vendor uses MTM as well, right? So if it is another vendor such as Cisco, CompTIA, whatever it may be, if they're not using MTM, right, and you want to record performance for that vendor's course, right, you have to use login credentials from them, right? That's a separate account. This is purely for Microsoft only, right? The access that you are given is purely for Microsoft courses only, and for you to submit evaluations for those Microsoft courses. Right, and is there, let's see, okay. Can we renew MCT without MTM? Right, it's a bit of a debated topic because at this point in time, you can renew without MTM. You are required to just submit a PDF of all of your evaluations, right? And on that, you must include your name, the courses you taught, the date, your MCID, as well as the actual evaluations itself, right? But obviously, in that whole process, you need to find out a way, something like Google Forms or Microsoft Forms. You have to print every single response that you get, depending on the privacy requirements for your before your country organization. You might have to remove personal information, right? And then collate that and put that all together and then share it, and it becomes very tricky around there. So I do recommend MTM. Right, but other than that, I have run out of time, right? So thank you all for attending. Hopefully you found this session enlightening. Please do get in touch with me, and I'm happy to assist with any questions that you may have around this particular topic, right? So I'm just going to quickly share the last slide, which just shows a little bit more about me and on how to get in touch with me. Right, thank you.
Thanks, Chintan Patel, for making us aware of the benefits of MTM. So moving on, next we have with us Farhan Usman from Australia with a very simple but yet very popular topic, which is benefits of being an MCT. Over to you, Farhan.
You are mute.
Sorry, thanks. Thank you, Memuna. Thank you, Chintan, for covering the benefits of the MCT program. You've covered metrics that matter. One of the main benefits that we have of being an MCT, of what we get regarding, the appreciation that we get of the efforts that we put into the, being an MCT in the training programs. So thanks about it and how to cover it, and you've answered the questions really well as well. And the other guys as well that have done the technical session. This is not a very technical session. I'm used to technical sessions, but yeah, whatever they gave me, the topics, benefits of being an MCT. A lot of consultants are coming into this now, being a Microsoft certified trainer. Training is itself something very different to consultancy. I've been doing it for more than 10 years, so I know the difference. I've been an ICT consultant as well as a trainer for more than 10 years now, actually around 15 to be exact. So, when you become a trainer, a lot of people in Pakistan have done these certifications. I was interviewing quite a lot of people for some of my programs that I'm doing for my organization as well. You can see the logo of my organization as well on the screen. So, I found a lot of MCTs that are coming into that business, but they don't even know why they have become an MCT or what are the benefits of actually doing this MCT program. So I started doing this program, and I think Usman and the organizers got me over there on this program that I've been doing this benefits of MCT and, actually involving all those new MCTs into this program to make them learn about what the benefits are actually, when you become a trainer, you get, and when you get associated with Microsoft, you get all those benefits as well. So, of course, that's what we're going to talk about. Something about myself, I've been an MCSA Office 365, Windows 10, Azure administrator. So jack of all trades, master of none, you can say, on the technical side as well. Power Platform, Power BI, Power Apps, all those different courses that I do. Definitely, if you want to get in touch with me, this is my website. This is my LinkedIn address. So I'm from Melbourne, Australia, guys. Howdy. Right. So what's an MCT? So we'll be talking about that. What is an MCT? Microsoft Certified Trainer, of course, and how you become that Microsoft trainer. So this is an exclusive group of worldwide Microsoft technical training professionals and representatives, that are representing Microsoft in the wide industry over there, that has heaps of benefits for MCT trainings, certification trainings. If you want to be recognized certified professional, Microsoft certified professional, MCSE and MCSD has gone away, but there are new certifications, the role-based certification. So if you want to be a recognized certified professional in the Microsoft industry, you get trained by an MCT, which is actually representing Microsoft technologies in there. So, first I will tell you how you become an MCT, and then I will look at some of the benefits. Definitely, you need to possess a Microsoft certification, of course, if you want to become an MCT, starting from the 900s, the fundamentals nowadays. If you want to start becoming an MCT, just give up a Microsoft certification, and then you need to have some training competency, like train the trainer program from CompTIA, or you should have delivered certain training, or someone in your organization that is already an MCT can refer you as well. If you have worked with them for over a couple of months over there. Actually, some of them have actually taken recommendations from their friends as well, but this is not a right way of doing it. We as being MCT as well have that responsibility on ourselves on whom we are recommending to become an MCT, and whom we are recommending to be on that van with us to train other users, because training is, people feel that training is nothing over there, and training is very easy. Becoming a trainer is more difficult than becoming a consultant, because when you're a consultant, you've got that time period as well. You've got to do a project within a year, or within 2 years, or within 3 years even. When you're a trainer, you've got to deliver those skills about the product. You need to be very well aware of that particular product for a couple of months, a couple of years. So, and then you can deliver within that 3 days or 5 days. You have to deliver, and you have to let them know about the whole product as well. So that's, some of the requirements to become an MCT. We should be very honest. Some of you are not mute. Please, if you can mute yourself. Thank you. So some tools and resources, MCT benefits. First of all, if you look on this site, you will find out that Microsoft has given you a lot of softwares available for you so that you can practice on those tools like Azure. They give you about $150. This is $2,000 worth of Azure products that you can use, or subscription that you can use in a year. So you can create these products over there. Visual Studio Enterprise as well, that is available. Microsoft 365 E5 subscriptions, which is the Enterprise 5 subscription for you, 24 plus users. You can share it with your friends or your colleagues and in the organization as well. If you want to run a short company for yourself, you can create that, and you can, run your own subscriptions. You have the Power BI Pro licenses if you are, aware of the Power Platform. So you have multiple softwares, Visual Studio, there is Pluralsight as well. You have downloads where you can download certain software. You have multiple subscriptions that you can purchase, servers, Windows servers that you can, download over there. You have keys for those products. You have multiple subscriptions. You have trainings as well from Pluralsight. You get a month free of training. So that's, within $10 to $20 worth of training. This is $150, worth of Azure subscriptions. So a lot of things that you can run over with this. I will share this link with you in the chat window. I would recommend, somebody can share it over with you guys so that you have this as well with you. And then some other benefits that we have over there. Regarding the Azure Pass. So this is for MCTs. Every 3 days, they can use $100, which is 100 USD to be exact. So this is the link where you can put in your, name, last name, your email, which is associated with the Microsoft certified trainings. As my friend Chintan has already mentioned, that you need to use that same email address for all your certifications. Don't use your official email. Some of them does that as well, and they make that mistake. It's very difficult for Microsoft to convert your official certifications on your other email address to this other email address. So use one email address for all your certifications. Do remember that. MCT ID. So your MCT ID is the one that you get when you give your first certification. You get a Microsoft Certified Professional ID. It's the similar ID that carries on and getting you to that MCT as well. And then you can give your class date over there. And then every 3 days, you can get 100 USD over there. I'll share this link as well. And I would request the organizers, one of the organizers, to share this with you guys as well. Right. So this is for MCTs, right? So those who are very new to MCT. Then again, practice. Of course, and then you are giving demos, and your students will be doing labs as well. So there are 3 organizations which are providing us with this demo or live environment. Previously, before I've done trainings for last 15 years, so we had to create those environments in Windows servers. We would have to set up all our machines in Hyper-V and then create that environment, and then users or students were able to use it. But now Microsoft has made it easier for us, and they've created some partners that are Learn on Demand, Go Deploy, Extreme Labs. These are all partners of Microsoft that help us develop these labs, and then we can deliver on these labs as well. So these are links that you can search for. If you want to take a picture of the slide, you can take a picture of the slide, or you can ask one of the organizers to share the slides with you. You're more than welcome to have these. Then you have now Microsoft official curriculum as a digital mock. We don't get those books anymore. Previously, we used to have those books delivered to us in hard copy, but now Microsoft, since 5 to 6 years now, a long time, but still some of you are very new to it, so they might have already seen the digital platform, but there is a book, and you can order the book separately as well. Some of my participants do request that they need a hard copy. They're still old and they want that hard copy. They can't read on the computer, so they want that hard copy. You can order that hard copy as well. You can request your learning solution partner. I myself am running a learning solution in Australia, so you can request your partner to run the order that official mock for you. This is there is the courseware marketplace. So this is one of the places where you can order the mocks for yourself. MCT get every mock, whatever certification you've given. Regardless, you get all the Microsoft official curriculum. You get access to everything. You get access to Dynamics. You get access to Power Platform. You get access to my Windows Server courses. All courses. So if you're at MCT, you get access to all your courses. But you get only one key for those courses unless you're a learning partner, right? So you get only one key. Don't share those keys with others, because you will lose your access. And then when you are given some training, you won't be able to get that book for yourself. You add these codes that you get from the courseware marketplace to SkillPipe. SkillPipe is the platform where you add your books. So you've got multiple books over here. You can categorize them as well. Like you can see over there, as I was saying, I've done multiple trainings. The first time you do it, you might have only one book. But yeah, if you're doing it multiple times, you might have multiple books. So first time you come into this, you will log in, you will create an account. Again, please use your personal emails to create that account, because this account remains with you. These books remain with you for a long time. And you can add that course. Previously, there was a limit to the number of days this book remains with you, 90 days and 180 days, depending on the cost you're paying. But now Microsoft has removed that limitation over there. So this is where you add the license key. You get the license key from courseware marketplace. You add this key over here, and then you will get your book in your bookshelf, right? So just for an example, let's go on and read Microsoft 365. There's an update available to these courses as well. So, we can, we have table of contents over here. You can view modules over here. You can search within the modules. You can add bookmarks over here. You have notes, and then you can share those notes with your participants as well. You can go to a particular position, some accessibility settings, decrease the font, increase the font size, and then change the font. Just a few fonts over there, not many available at the moment. And then if you have any additional files, like for some of the courses, they have some additional files like PowerPoint slides and other things that are included over here. I will show you where else you can find all those PowerPoint slides and other material as well. But yeah, sometimes it's over here within SkillPipe as well. And then you have the printing options as well. So printing option is not very intuitive, you can say, because you can print page by page, or you can save it to PDF. But yeah, it's just page by page, whichever you can get over there, like in table of contents. So if you go to module 1, you can print the course introduction, then you can print the audience profile. So you can put a small, peon over there, or your son to do this for you, or your daughter to do this for you. Take out the printouts if you're very familiar with hard copies, or if you want to purchase it, definitely, as I said, you can purchase it as well. Next up, we have got the Learning Download Center, where we can download the PowerPoint slides, where we can download additional material. So you have this Learning Download Center. You can access it in Chrome or Edge. I prefer Edge. There is a learning tool as well. A lot of issues with this. So once you're into this business, then we will, you can join any MCT forum and we can help you with this as well. This is the link for this page. I will share this link with you guys as well. Some of you are an MCT, but you don't know how to use this. So I will be sharing these links with you. And then, you can search for a course. So if you're looking for any further course, like for example, MS 900, you can search for that particular course and that would come up. The category would come up and then you can search for that MS 900. There are different languages in which this course is available. You can choose with where there is no language, that means it's in English. So you can download everything as well. I just want to show you which files are there. I've already got this course over there. So you see change log, whatever has changed. So there are versions of these courses. You get different versions as well. So whatever has changed, you have it there. You have the PowerPoint slides. So, you ask MCTs to provide you with those MCT slides when they're giving you a training. They can't give you those slides. That is a copyright issue. So, please don't, if you're an MCT as well, please know that this is a copyright issue. Don't share your slides with anyone. You've got the trainer handbook. You've got the trainer prep guide as well. So they give you what needs to be done to be prepared for the session as well. So what you will be covering, some of the times they include these things as well. What you will be covering in day 1, what you will be covering on day 2, different things that are covered over there, how to prepare yourself for the training as well. There are additional materials that you can read and learn to become a better trainer. Sometimes the materials are not enough as well. So you have to work hard in developing your own material as well. So, you have to prep up for this as well. Up next, discounts. So a lot of benefits on discounts. I've shown you what softwares you get, but you get exams discount as well. So 50% discount of MCP exams. You have to schedule the exam to get the discount. 75% of selected exams. Microsoft runs these offers multiple times. You can join into the MCT Central website. There is an MCT Central website where you can go. Every location has their own MCT support personnel, regional heads that can help you out and answer your questions as well. So support forums, like Chintan was saying, he works on multiple support forums for the regional organization. So he will be the one to get to within that region. You have multiple in Pakistan, you have multiple abroad. In Australia, there is a different region within New Zealand and South Pacific, which we have over there. You get a free MOS exam. MOS is Microsoft Office certification. You don't have a course for it, as Chintan already informed you as well. So we don't have a course related to this one, but yeah, you can get a free exam for it. There are 3 types of certification in the Microsoft Office space as well. The expert, I'm not sure what, I don't remember the names, but Chintan would be the better one to guide you. I don't do Office certifications anymore, but yeah. If you have that question, you can always put that in and you can ask Chintan as well to reply to that. 100% discount on selected beta exams. So, if there are beta exams that are coming in, you get 100% discount on them. Being in MCT, you can give those exams within a date period. There is an email address that is provided to you. You can email to that address. They will provide you with the voucher and you can, schedule through Pearson VUE. So Pearson VUE is the website where you can schedule. You've got practice exams as well on Pearson VUE. Those are called measure up practice exams. 40% discount on those practice exams as well. So, it's good to practice before you jump in. So, heroes need training as well. So, if you want to become a hero and you want to get onto this bus, being an MCT, doing the certifications, you need to practice, you need to work hard, right? A lot of discounts on books and ebooks as well. So 40% discount on your printed books with Microsoft Press Store. So you get that discount, 50% discount on ebooks that you might receive, so you can use these MCP ebook during checkout, the discount code that you have been given over there, MCP book for the printed books, MCP ebook for the ebooks that we have, right? So, multiple different discounts. Again, I've been given a very short time period to run this session, but yeah, just coming towards the end. I'm running myself, my organization is running a program which is called the MCT Factory. We're creating MCTs. That's why I'm running this Microsoft Benefits program. As I said in the start, I'm running this benefits program because we have a lot of MCTs that are there that understands what is, that we can become a trainer, and they've become a trainer, but they don't know how to run this. They don't know any about the benefits. They don't know how to run those programs as well. So I'm running these programs for the underprivileged that are in university, still in university in the final year, or they're in the business, they're working, but they need some more training to get on to advance their careers as well. So I'm running this course, which is a Azure Certified Administrator, Microsoft Office 365 Administrator. It's a 6 months long course, so you will do all these certifications. You will also learn communication skills. So I will be personally teaching you that. You'll be also learning digital marketing skills, creation of videos, how to market yourself, how to market your organization. If you're running a small organization, if you're marketing yourself, creating your videos, your own training videos, your own, posters on Canva, sharing it on Facebook, sharing it on other platforms. And then there is a learn and earn opportunity as well. So you learn within the 6 months, I'll give you an earning opportunity as well within that. So if you want to further discuss those, I've shared my details over there. Please contact me, get in touch with me. And if you want to learn a bit more about benefits of MCT, there is a program that runs on every Saturday. If you go onto my LinkedIn, I run this program every Saturday at 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. So it might be 5 hours ahead of you. It's almost 11:23 p.m., 11:30 over here in Australia. So it's quite late for me, but yeah. I'm running this program free of cost for you guys. So if you want to come in, join in, learn a few more details, benefits of being an MCT, I'll share. I ask the audience that is there or the users that have joined in to give some presentations as well. Those who are interested, they can share, their presentations. They can present themselves. They can get feedback on those as well. And it's a 1 hour session that I run from 5 to 6. If you're interested, you're more than welcome to join. Just have that link from my LinkedIn, and that's about it. Thank you very much. Any questions? Just let me know. I can read through the teams as well. Let me just have a look. If there are any questions, this and the previous session are very useful for new MCTs. Yes, a reminder from MCTs that there is no Microsoft official courseware for Microsoft courses. On SkillPipe. Yep. Perfect, Andre. Thank you. Anybody else has any questions? Question from Azza. This message was broadcast. Sir, kindly provide courseware link. Reply, I think beta exams are not available in South Asian region, not eligible. Yes, beta exams are not available in South Asian region. Sorry about that. Can't do anything, guys. We have proved ourselves to be unworthy of that. A lot of people, being an MCT, have shared those links with others. Kasim is laughing, I know. But yeah, it's our own doing. A lot of and it's been strict for us as well because of some of the culprits that have shared those links. So they have made it difficult. Just recently, they've asked us to email this particular code, and they will send this code attached with our MCT ID. So only MCTs can give those beta exams with that particular code. So they've been getting smart as well, right? And regarding, I think I've shared the courseware link, courseware marketplace link. You want the courseware marketplace link? Okay, I'll share the courseware marketplace link, but you might have to get in touch with your regional head as well to get to that courseware marketplace. I'll just share that link with you guys. So that's the courseware marketplace link. And if you want to get to the SkillPipe link, it's just very simple, skillpipe.com. Just don't have to copy paste that, just the skillpipe.com. Any other questions, guys? All good. Thank you very much. Next is Kasim, I think. So all good. Cheers and goodbye from me.
Thank you, Farhan. So that was informative as well. I think all those who have questions regarding how to be an MCT or are fresh MCTs and wanted to know about the different things that we can do, the kind of information we can reach out to, I'm pretty sure this session is very informative for them. And in case if you want any other information regarding being an MCT or to become an MCT, you can always reach out to the representative MCTs. For the next session, we have a person from Kenya, and he's known as Qasim Juma. He is actually going to deliver a session on Microsoft modern desktop technologies as a solution to BYOD and data security. So over to you, Qasim.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. Am I audible?
You are. Yep,
Thank
you are audible.
Sorry for keeping you guys waiting. I had some technical issues, but we are here. First of all, about me, I'm a MCT. I've been an MCT for more than 13 years now. I'm a certified project manager, as you've seen, and I implement systems, and I enjoy systems as well. Now, why the interest in modern desktop management or enterprise desktop is because during the course of implementation, I've seen very many organizations suffering from not being able to manage their data governance aspects and security generally. I'm a certified information security professional. I'm a CISA certified, and I do information systems audit. You will see a lot of organizations lacking, and tools can be a great way of just being able to offer such kind of solutions. Now, I will not bore you with a lot of presentation. I'll just pick specific areas that I'll be talking about in this session, and then if anyone has a question, we'll go through that. Now, Microsoft has done a great job. If you look at the Azure AD, the capability of Microsoft Azure when it comes to identity management. They've also done a very, very good job if you look at the capabilities of the Windows 10 and generally being able to manage applications and devices in one using one window or in one location for that matter. What has been happening previously is that we would use Active Directory domain services on premise, but then the capabilities were a bit lacking, such that you have to do an installation of System Center Configuration Manager, or let me say System Center Suite, for you to be able to do some level of automation. Now, these things are now very much easy to work with. Now, the modern desktop or enterprise desktop, as we can call it, has evolved, and if you look at the vast majority of organizations today, or companies for that matter, what used to happen yesteryears is that an organization would purchase a laptop for an employee, a mobile phone if there is that requirement for the employee, and all these assets belonged to the organization. But today, you will find that as employees join organizations, they come with their own devices, mobile phone, tablets, for example. And because they want ease and mobility of working, they will have the organization's data onto their personal devices. Now, this poses a lot of security risks to the organization's data, enterprise information, because if your device is stolen, if somebody leaves the organization without saying, if somebody copies the information onto an external drive, then probably sensitive information that belongs to the organization would, of course, find itself into the wrong hands. And this is what I've liked about what Microsoft has done. The capability of being able to manage devices that not only belongs to the individual, but also just being able to separate what belongs to the organization and what belongs to the individual through the mobile device management capabilities in Azure and the mobile application management capabilities. And that's what I'm referring to as the modern desktop management. Now, traditionally, as you know, when it came to managing devices, more so bring your own device kind of working policies, you will find that it becomes very difficult, because when somebody steps out of the organization, then it becomes very hard, because if a an organization has a new employee and the employee comes with their device and they put the information on their device, your Active Directory domain service will not be able to help you in that case. Yeah, becomes very difficult. So modern management is just a novel approach of Windows 10, which is similar to how devices are managed by the enterprise mobility management solutions, and allows you to simplify the deployment and management, improvement of security, and that's where I'm really focusing on, providing you better user experience, which also is something else that is really important. And also, once somebody has a Windows 10 license, for example, and some of these standard Android, iOS, and Windows mobile operating systems, now it becomes much easier for the organization to run and for administrators to also be able to work with this. Now, the key pillars of the modern management is easy to deploy and manage. And if you look at today, and I'm just going through quickly, I'm not going to go into specific nitty-gritty details, is that when you buy a device, today, if you buy any device, you will find that you will buy a Windows 10 device. That's the operating system, if it comes with an operating system. When I say device, I mean laptop or desktop computers for that matter. It will come with an operating system, probably Windows 10. Now, when you bring into the organization, what used to happen in the yesteryears is that somebody would need to key in the license or to activate the operating system, or somebody would need to wipe it out and install an operating system, which is the version that's being supported by the organization, then license it. Today, you don't need to do that. When you join in, yeah, that is automatically handled. The device will not be wiped. The version of the operating system can just be changed as long as the low-level installations are there, and as long as it's Windows 10. And this is what I'm saying, modern, easy. So easy to deploy. So with easy to deploy, Windows Autopilot, which I'm trying to talk about, is now integrated with Azure Active Directory, Azure AD, and other solutions like Intune, which happens that now we can simplify and personalize out-of-the-box experience for users. Where you buy a device, it comes with Windows 10, it just joins, you join it to the domain, it will be enrolled into Intune, license is applied, and if you had roaming profiles, automatically they're applied for the specific users who will be using the device. So users' email, applications, files, and preferences, as well as the organization security settings, are automatically deployed by Intune, using the Microsoft Intune, without requiring you to create some operating system images that we'll do on System Center, the MDM, the deployment workbench, creating images, putting in drivers and things like those, which is a complex process altogether. Also, when it comes to updates, you know how updates can be painful. In one of the experiences that we had a while back in one of the clients' environment, what happened was that the client had the Microsoft System Center Service Manager for their incident management activities. And every other time, as you know, there are those reports that comes out of this. This thing will be failing. The services will be failing oftenly. This was a while back, not today. So upon checking, we realized that the server had updates enabled, which meant that every so often, the server will automatically be updated. And every time updates happens, then the services are stopped, yeah, and the service cannot be started, and such kind of things. Now, keeping up with some of these emerging threats and increasing user productivity requirements, they normally shift, and Microsoft has shifted this, and you have to ensure that, and that this is really important, that your systems are always up to date. But then you have to manage the updates, because which updates are you applying? Which ones are you not applying? So with aligned updates, you have some of the powerful insights driven by the cloud intelligence and the modern management approaches with the enterprise mobility management. And so you can be able to ensure that your devices are up to date without complexity of maintaining an on-premise infrastructure like the West servers. and you have intelligent security built in. So again, one of the things you realize is that today, with the new ways of people doing things online, where we bank online, shop online, we are not going anywhere thanks to COVID-19, and things have, everyone has now embraced technology. Attackers have become alert, they have become more sophisticated. Now, Microsoft 365 is designed with security in mind, and that's what I really also wanted to talk about here. I think my colleague has talked about the Windows Defender Advanced Threat Protection, ATP, and he really articulated it very, very well, which I think you guys have seen. So with these security features, which are powered by the Microsoft Intelligent Security Graph, yeah, it looks at various signals, yeah, which constantly are looked at and improved by the Microsoft machine learning intelligence, the machine learning algorithms, such that your organization can automatically be actually protected. Then proactive insights, these are things that are also available. So with the telemetry and cloud intelligence, you can now discover devices and application issues before even users can discover. This is modern. We are proactive. So you can confidently apply operating system updates before anything happens to your users. Now, when you talk about the managing the modern desktop, it's a life cycle. It is a life cycle. So and this life cycle is where the IT people comes in and the security people as well. But then remember, we are using technology. So as an organization exists, you expect that your business will be run in an effective manner. How would you do that? You require resources. So an established device lifecycle ensures that organizations have the right technologies in place for the users to remain more productive, and ensuring that the devices have, when they have reached the end of life, you retire them. Yeah, you remove them. So this should be a process that organizations also adopt as best practice. So organizations constantly manage different phases of the desktop life cycle, and this includes the planning phase, where you prepare and look at what strategy. I was just talking about a few minutes ago, a couple of hours ago with the team here about GATE, governance of enterprise IT, and looking at the various aspects of decision making, planning, defining the strategy for our environment, and purchasing the required services, including Azure AD for identity management, and services like the mobile device management, mobile application management, that lessen the work that we do and improves our capability, looking at the requirement of our users, more so on the bring your own device kind of requirements today, where people come into our environment with their device, deploying, installing them. So if somebody has their own device, how do you ensure that they get the right applications that they need to do the work? Ensuring that the systems are functioning properly at operational level, operating them. Then supporting, ensuring that the users, ensuring that the users are protected, and then retiring these systems. So these are the things that you need to look at and ensure that they are taken care of. So you have to look at the planning aspects. So before you do anything, look at the various users, the computer strategy, and the policies that exist in the organization, and then look at what solutions will be relevant for that. Then you will deploy that, and there are a number of things that we need to go through there, which I'll be talking about. I think we have you have a break coming up, so that's really important. Back to you for the break.
We have a question. Can you answer that, and then we can move on?
Yeah, please.
It's in the chat, please.
Why must we have local as well as Azure directory? Azure is supposed to be alternate to the on-prem domain service, isn't it? Oh, good question. Now, that's a good question. First of all, you don't necessarily need to have Active Directory domain services together with Azure directory. You don't necessarily need to do that unless your organization is implementing a hybrid model. Certain organizations, because the journey to cloud depends with the nature of the organization. So for those organizations that have users and applications that are on-prem, which already have deployed Active Directory domain services, they can synchronize their Active Directory domain services with Azure AD. So Azure AD will be for organizations that want to, of course, run everything in cloud, and that's where you'll get a lot of most of the modern desktop features that I'm talking about here, not using Active Directory domain services. I hope I answered your question. Thanks. Great. That's it. Is there any other question?
No, we just have that question.
Okay. So thanks. So we proceed for a break.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you, Qasim, for your amazing presence as well as for this session. I would like to tell you a little bit about the country that I live in. And of course, the country itself is called Pakistan. So to tell you a little bit about Pakistan, Pakistan is officially known as Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and it is in South Asia. Pakistan is the 5th most popular country with a population of 225.2 million people. Yes, I know we have a lot of people. Pakistan also share borders with India from the east, Afghanistan to the west, Iran to the southwest, and China to the northeast, with a marine border with Oman from the south. The country itself is full of culture, tradition, and amazing food. I really, really wish that we had this session on-prem so we could just, provide you with variety of food that we have in Pakistan. But unfortunately, due to COVID, we couldn't do it. So, but still, it has amazing food, and along with that, beautiful places to visit. Pakistan is also famous for worldwide for its K2 expedition, along with other amazing mountain ranges that we have. For example, Himalaya, Hindu Kush, and Karakoram. For now, we'll actually show you a glimpse of how Pakistan looks like in reality in this video that we're going to play. Can you please play the video? That's all for now. We'll have a short break, and afterwards we'll have a few more speakers who are amazing and have amazing topics to discuss. Stay tuned for the leftover event. See you in a bit.
Welcome back, and thanks everybody for staying tuned. Still, the patriotism is overflowing by watching that video. Proud of you, Pakistan. So obviously now moving on with our honorable speakers. Next we have with us Sinan, teacher from Turkey, and he'll be giving an enlightening session on Power Apps. Over to you, Sinan. Hope I pronounced the right name.
Yeah, you did perfect. Thank you. Do you hear me now? Is everything okay?
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Thank you so much for inviting me for an amazing event. I am happy to be with you guys. And I just loved your 6 minutes video. And I know that Pakistani people are amazing. And now I understand that your nature is also amazing. And hopefully we will meet there physically. We will see each other maybe next year's. Okay, today I'm going to talk about digital workplace with Power Apps. And I already work in this place for almost 6 years. So hopefully I will give you some insightful information. My name is Sinan Tecer. I live in Istanbul, Turkey. I am an MCT for last 2 years. I consider myself as a product manager and business analyst, and also I have a background on software development. I graduated from computer engineering, and I did software development, full stack development for 6 years almost. And then I decided to move on a bit business side, since I love to speak with business people and try to understand their needs and consult them with low-code, no-code applications. I work with Eczacıbaşı. Eczacıbaşı is one of the biggest company in Turkey. Over 10,000 employee works in this place, and it has diversified sub companies and more than 40 companies. And also there are lots of business partners globally. And 70% of the revenue comes from exports. So I have a nice kitchen, lots of business people, and I learned from them. Last 6 years, I love my job, and hopefully today we will discuss together what's going on digital workplace. Okay, first thing first, and today we will discuss a bit about programming language history, technology, low-code ecosystem, some research, and Power Platform and Teams, because especially with COVID, things boost crazy, and we need to focus on this system as well. Firstly, every one of us, we know that every computer based on transistors, so everything works with 1 and 0. But then IBM created a language called assembly. Assembly is still a high-level language. It's hard to understand and write code there. And then we have a high-level programming language, like with compiler. Before that, you write a code and you don't understand how is it actually working or not. Then it crashes maybe on production. With C++, .NET, and Java, there is a compiler when you write a code, and it actually tells you that is it correct or not. Then you correct it, then you go to live. Afterwards, we have very high-level languages like SQL, Python, CSS, HTML kind of languages, which is almost like an English language. And then we have visual development platforms that you can just drag and drop and code your system with them. The history of programming languages generation shows that everything comes to easy side. Like things were very complicated maybe in the past, that it's hard to write with a machine language and then assembly language and then maybe C++, Java, .NET. But nowadays things get very easy, or not. We're going to speak about it. And there is also another technology, cloud computing. It's a crazy technology that you can easily get any infrastructure in a minute that you cannot imagine before. You can get any service, a huge data centers in a minute, then you can just shut them off. It's an amazing opportunity for all of us. This is also another thing that infrastructure revolution happened lately. We have easy to make things. That's the thing that I wanted to explain to you, how easy the things come to us. However, I will tell you one advertisement about a software developer advertisement. This is one of the Turkish company. It's actually only 20 people works in this startup. But if you want to be software developer, you have to know lots of tools and languages. You cannot just know .NET or JavaScript or CSS or HTML. You have to know lots of languages plus tools in order to develop an application. So we were talking about cloud computing become very easy, make things very easy. We talk about how the programming language become very easy. However, nowadays, all the scalability things, all the security and the customer needs made it things very complicated. Tech stack has never been more complex than ever these days. So, but we have something. Our business needs something. We need to solve their problems. What they need, we have to examine firstly that what is their problems. They have some manual working things that they need to go through digital transformation. So they need a flow that when they work in their desk, they need a flow that their business should go this direction. There has some route, they need to follow it. So we have to make some flow for them. And then it needs to have some integration as well, because I personally works with almost like 12 different kind of applications with like enterprise resource planning for SAP. We have HR platforms, we have ITSM, service management platforms, we have Jira, we have Confluence, we have lots of different kind of huge application that I have to use them daily basis. So if I enter data in one of this application, I want to see it another application as well. So integration is a must. We have to integrate almost every application in order to reduce the manual entry and repetitive task. Integration is important, we understand this. And reports, you have to visualize your data in order to improve your stuff. Reports are important. And we live in a mobile world, so it has to have a mobile. You have to reach your application through mobile or your tablet. You should have extend your application as well with some add-on. It needs to support AI functions. Last year's virtual agents become very popular, so we have to add virtual agents as well to our business people. And it needs to have some low maintenance in order to maintain all this application. Security, authorization, authentication is very important. And the business should create their own app as well, because they has endless needs. If they add one application, they need another one, they want to improve it. So the systems should have this kind of opportunities as well. But the business people or IT people cannot do all these things with standard software development skills. I mean, from the scratch, it's very hard to develop such a systems. Why we need this kind of systems? So if you can't measure it, you cannot improve it. You have to measure your systems in order to improve it. That's why we need such a systems. That's why we talk about all these technology improvements. How about business applications? Business applications also have some kind of evolution. There are lots of prepackaged software. We talk about, I already mentioned ERP. Almost everybody knows what is ERP stands for. Enterprise Resource Program, like SAP, CRM, Customer Relation Management, ACM, Enterprise Content Management, BPM, Business Process Management, ITSM, IT Service Management. We already know these applications, and these applications has pre-packaged software on this domain. And these applications also evolve lately. And the low-code platform will account for 75% of application development by the end of 2021. This is a huge improvement. 75% of application development built by low-code, no-code platforms. It's a crazy improvement through 2019 and 2020 because of COVID made things completely different. We need to reach the systems when we work from home. So we have to go to digitalize ourselves. So how the Microsoft Power Platform give us a system that we can do all these things? We need a report, yes, and Microsoft Power Platform has Power BI, and it's a business analytics tool that you can show, you can create all kind of dashboard and data that you need. You can send them to you. You can integrate with different data sources. Even you can get Google Analytics, Twitter, any kind of data source. You can connect and merge all the data and show to yourself. There's Power Apps. With Power Apps, you can build your own applications. It's ready to mobile. You can use it. And with flows or RPAs, you can use Power Automate that if somebody start your application, some other person could approve it or reject it, or it could do some other kind of task. And when it completed, it can just send to another person. And there's also Power Virtual Agent. It's a very strong technology as well. We already talked about it today. There are data connectors, and with data connectors, you can connect your other systems so that you don't need to enter manually your data. There's AI Builder. There is also Dataverse kind of system that you can connect different kind of system, collect your data, measure it, and improve your system. And we have another things with Microsoft, that there is a Teams. Teams become a crazy important. Lastly, Microsoft made an amazing improvement in Teams. And 2020 and 2021, and the users in Teams get higher and higher. At the moment, I get lately 150 million people use Teams at the moment. And Microsoft thinks that it's going to be 250 million people end of the 2021. It's a big improvement. At the moment, it's neck and neck with the Zoom, but the Zoom going down and Teams going up. And I think because of all this integration, it's easy to use the Teams. You can integrate all your applications. You can create a dashboard in Teams with Power BI. You can use Power Virtual Agent. You can show your Power Apps inside of the Teams. You can just make a approval that if some other application, for example, you have an application that one of your employees send you a travel request. You don't need to enter the other kind of application. You can just open the Teams and approve or reject this request. You can integrate them. That's a big improvement on the Teams side. And the Satya thinks that Teams is going to be like a browser or an operating system, that people open a Teams and they can just connect all this other kind of application. They can see them. They don't need to swap their applications, and there is no such tool in any other companies. Like Google has some solution for these systems. Amazon has some solution. Zoom has some solution. However, Microsoft has a operating system kind of approach in this system, and I actually love it. I used to love Zoom. After the Teams, I see that I can integrate everything. I can see everything in one place. I just love Teams. So we can continue from here. You can also connect all these services in the high code development side. Like Microsoft Azure has lots of services that you can use in cloud applications. You can use API development, Azure functions, Kubernetes services, cognitive services. There are other kind of DBAs that you can reach. So with Power Apps, Teams, Flow, and Power BI, you have unlimited option, unlimited complexity that you can just extend your solutions to everyone. I just wanted to also show you that some other ecosystems that in this field, that there are some people want to focus on low code and some people want to focus on no code. Probably you heard some of these systems, and there are lots of more these kind of systems. Airtable, Bubble, Betterblocks. Lately, they are getting very famous. Apart from this, Microsoft is always on the top of the list on low code side. Amazon become on this side as well with Honeycode. It's a no-code platform. Google also with AppSheet. OutSystem is does doing this system almost like a decade. And the KissFlow, Indian-based company, I also like to watch them. They are a BPM tool, but you can also create your application there as well. It was such a short percentage before the COVID, but it increased a lot in 2020 and 2021 because you need to access everybody through your web-based application, web-based device or tablets or mobile phone. That's why almost every business tried to transform their needs in the digital system. And we have now 75% of application developed by low-code systems, ecosystems. I also wanted to show you that the Gartner Quadrant and the Forrester Wave, that Microsoft is always on the top of the list here. And because of all these integration systems, we can also see that how the teams become crazy. It's just like 2019 in July. And then look at the numbers at the moment. It's just going through like 250 million people. It's just amazing increase. Every other competitors has some kind of concerns, but Microsoft is just moving forward and forward. Satya, last year, 2020, I just watched one Microsoft event that they actually tried to show their products, but that event become like a Power Apps event, Power Apps with Teams actually. When I tell Power Apps means that Power BI, Teams, all this integration system, digital workflow system. The Satya talk only about Teams and Power Apps because he knows that it's a huge opportunity that in one place we can integrate all the solutions, we can solve all the digital workplace needs, and they only talk about Power Platform and Teams, and he thinks that a digital platform like Teams is significant as the internet browser or a computer operating systems, and we are going through that side, and Microsoft does an amazing job there. This is me, guys. I work like this, and I just wanted to give you one example how a person works in daily basis in a companies. That we have some APIs to decision, and we have some ears that our manager, sometimes he just tell that send me this report and we understand and we do this. Maybe this manager doesn't need me. He can just speak with the virtual agent and this report could go to him without me. And there are some RPA things that I do with my hands, so we can automate this kind of systems. There is OCR systems you can use as Azure OCR solutions that you don't need to read all these invoices. You can just use Azure OCR solutions. There is flow, decision management. You can automate lots of flow decisions. There is also AI that I use. And this is my daily routine that we try to improve our work through digital workplace with an end-to-end solution. And I think we solve all the problems with Power Apps, like Power AI Builder, Flow. We have Flow, we have OCR solutions, we have connectors, assistant, RPAs, and we have Power Apps and data. So we have almost every solution here. So guys, thank you so much for listening me. I would love to hear from you that if you have any question, you can reach me out through LinkedIn or Twitter. You can connect with me. We can always speak about it. If you have any question, I would love to hear.
Thank you, Senan. We actually do not have a question at this moment. Maybe if we get any, we'll let you know and you can respond back to them. Thank you so much for such an amazing talk. The next person who's coming in is going to talk about the power again, which the point where Sinan ended, and that is talk about PowerShell itself. PowerShell is a very important tool, and if you're not aware of it, then you're at the right place to know about it. So the next person is from my favorite place to visit, that is the Netherlands, and it is Michael Hammers. So over to you, please.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Michiel Hammers, or Michael Hammers. Let's start. Before I start my introduction, already go to menti.com and use the code on top of the screen, or use the QR code so that you all can already ask, give answer to the first two questions. My name is Michiel Hammers. I'm a MCT since this year. My IT experience, however, go way back. Since I was around 10, my first program was developed on a Commodore 64. So, yep, I'm old. Yeah, I'm 43 to be exact. I work as a Microsoft specialist since 2000, and I'm a Microsoft certified professional since 2002. And I know that a lot of things already everyone get taught that you're not going to tell a lot about your private life. However, I think it's quite interesting for the rest of the session. Since a couple of years, my own life is extended with my wife and 2 kids, and I learned a lot. I learned that I get a lot of extra energy in teaching my kids how to code and work with IT stuff. I also like running, but besides running and besides my family, I really get enthusiastic and energized by working at the voluntary organization Coder Dojo, which is an international organization that teaches kids between 8 till 18 how to code. Teaching kids how to code is not the same thing as teaching colleagues how to code. It has its similarities, just keep it simple and take baby steps, as everyone in the school is already aware, and as everyone is working in the IT, it's working in the IT is just a lifelong learning. And becoming a Microsoft certified trainer added really value for me and for a lot of colleagues in the fields. If you want to learn more about Coder Dojo or about me, in the end of the session, I will drop some URLs where you can reach out to me. Always happy to help. Helping is, I think, something we all as a Microsoft certified trainer all have in common. Therefore, it is sometimes difficult to say now, as we just know that some requests are just a few clicks away from a solution. So let's check if you already have filled out the first question. Did you ever use PowerShell? And yeah, I see over here that some people say never used or less than a month. Some people, 50% say, okay, a year or so, called newbie. And some people are way experienced. Great. Also great to see that a lot of people are not that familiar with PowerShell, because yeah, it's in this session you will learn that no one is really a master in everything, because it's really huge. It's really huge. But the second question, let's check if everyone has already answered that question. Are you certified at PowerShell? Let's check. 25% say yes, and 75% say no. And let me show you the correct answer, because the correct answer is basically no. At least Microsoft does not have really a certification just for PowerShell. Yeah, we have, of course, a new course, AZ 040. I think it's in the presentation deck, so I will show you later. But really, a certification for PowerShell itself is not available, at least not that I'm aware of. So, yeah, just yeah, it's great to see at least that a lot of people also know that it's not really available. And probably you heard already earlier than today, but the training about AZ 040 about automating administrating with PowerShell, that is a new revised training. It's a good thing that you looked that out. For the people which PowerShell is really new at the last slides, I have a few good PowerShell starting point URLs. I will share that at the end of the presentation. So a lot of nice URLs at the end of the presentation. And also, if you see, if you say at the end of the presentation, maybe you have a good starting point for me who already has some experience, or just reach out to me. I'm always happy to help. For the really masters of PowerShell in us, I can still give you tips to make PowerShell development easier or faster or more secure. Or maybe just a good feeling after the session that you already know everything about this topic. That can also be the case, that it will end up like that. Let's start with a short story. Do you remember that on your daily work, you are busy, a lot of paperwork or digital tasks are waiting, and someone is asking you, can you give me all the guest users in Office 365 who didn't have logged in for a few months? That can be the case. Or do you have an overview of all settings in an Azure environment? And right after that moment, you provide the answer of that question in a list or report. The follow-up question writes, can you update for the highlighted users that they marked in Excel, managers works in Excel, so they need to update their password because to a security breach or whatsoever, or they just want to change the street address or just whatever the requester wants, and then they are talking about the same set of objects that they discussed earlier, so the same set of questions or answers. Yeah, normally then you start over and over again. Maybe this is too easy for the most of you and need too simple to say you can just program or create a script that can just perform this task. Okay. However, I show you where you can gain speed. So you don't have to step in the same pitfalls I did and learn to create some fun with PowerShell. And it's not only for the fun, you also need sometimes a structured way of work. The word governance comes to mind. You want to perform the same task over and over again with exact the same result. For example, you want that you have a script that every Office 365 tenant that you administer has guest access disabled or other settings that you like to reuse. As PowerShell is a script that you can store as script files, you can easily reuse it over multiple environments, training environments, but also production or test environments. Reuse your code, reuse your script to ensure that you can reuse, create to ensure that you can easily reuse all your scripts. Always create a repository, and that can be a difficult GitHub repo, but it can also be started really simple. Just create a folder for every purpose that you are storing the script for. And that sounds a bit as an open door to say, but it definitely will help you to reuse those scripts, because most of the PowerShell scripts are short and just a few lines. But if you want to reuse those scripts, you need to find that simple set of scripts. and also create a special place for ad hoc simple requests and a place where you can store all your learning or fun repository for learning PowerShell. So back to the story. Did you like clicking in portals to ensure that you get all the settings? And as trainer, maybe you also get some list of people in your course that all need a documentation set online, or you want to give people access to a test environment temporarily, and after X amount of time, you like to want to remove the rights. Maybe you now know that you can manage all online environments with PowerShell. You can use PowerShell also in a CI/CD pipeline. So if you are aware of what that is, now, okay, you can use it over there too, but it can do so much more than just in a development of creating something that is using in a pipeline. If you train yourself PowerShell and you want to reusing it, it's really great. I'm really excited about it, and that's also why I stumbled upon my words, because I'm really excited about PowerShell, and it just works everywhere, and it's easy. It's really easy, and maybe it's the most silly thing. It's working everywhere. It's so easy. So there's only one question left. Why are we not running? And normally, and as always when you have something interesting in your PowerPoint, at this screen there should be an, let me show you in a different way, there should be this icon. I really worked hard on that one. No problem. Why aren't we running? Running is a fun thing to do. I've learned a lot of running, like that my condition digital is way back better than in my real life condition. I can run for hours with an animation in PowerPoint, but in real life, I'm always proud that I started a 5-kilometer run, and even more proud when I also finish a 5-kilometer run within 30 minutes. And as everything, you need a plan. And step one is create a plan, a schedule, if you like. So let's first check how the schedule will be from now until the end of this PowerShell session. So let me check. Cool. So over here, let's start with the schedule. And the schedule for this presentation is the introduction. After that, I'm going to tell you about how to speed up things with Lego. After that, I will go back to basics, some mandatory fun, something about copy and paste, and how to continue. Normally, I start a presentation also with an icebreaker, but as we are now all in remote and not in real life events, I will share with you what that icebreaker is, and maybe you can reuse it in your own presentation in the same or another way. Always good. I'll just show you how it normally works, and you can check if the same steps for you skipped or different. So I will show you in a minute a pile of Lego bricks for a few seconds, and after that you can see what you need to accomplish and then think how your script will look like. And especially is this for advanced users, but everyone can just join by just checking at the comments after that you see the pile of bricks. So 5 seconds of for the pile of bricks. Check the pile of bricks, 5 seconds, and after those 5 seconds, we check the commands that you can choose from. Okay, I just assume that you are really quick. And now we going to check if we all know what kind of commands you need to choose. And as you maybe noticed, I have some technical difficulties with PowerPoint. Some parts of my PowerPoint are not showing on my screen, so that's not so happy with that. So I will check if I can, for some maybe different way to ensure that. Yep. Okay, cool. I hope you can see it still a bit on the left hand of the screen. Sorry for that. It was normally working. Why it's now not on the big screen, I don't know. The assignment, check all those bricks, get all the bricks with the dimension 2 by 4 with the command list that you can see below. And let me check if I can make that a bit. No, yeah, oh, over here. Command list, those are the commands that you can choose from. What is the best command set? Now, give you a few seconds to think. Get all red bricks with dimension 2 by 4. Do in your head the math and check what should be the command list. Now, let's check. Let's check what the answer is or should be. The answer of this is, first you need to get all the bricks filtered with red, and after that get all the dimensions 2 by 3. And if this is a good thing to check or not, or this is the sequence is good, check if it's if you have this one and you have this image with all those piles of bricks. Imagine that if you have 2 commands right after each other, please bear in mind that in PowerShell and in almost any language, you need to think of that every item or every statement can be processing all those filtering before. With other words, if you first filter out all the red ones, then after 2 by 3, then you have a lot of red bricks. But if you want to zoom in to the 2 by 4 red ones, then it was maybe more convenient to first filter on all the 2 by 4s, because the 2 by 4 is just one in the whole set of bricks. Let's check if I can present it right again with. Yep. Okay. You can speed up by changing the sequence of which command you first execute. So you can ensuring that you gain timing and execution time by choosing the right sequence. In basic, what is PowerShell? PowerShell is a shell. It's at the same time it's a scripting language, and it's what I already mentioned, extremely powerful. It's open source, and it's not only Windows PowerShell. And that's interesting. It's not only Windows PowerShell because it's And that's because it's not only Windows PowerShell, it's also a Windows and Mac, and also for the Linux, but also on the web version you can use that shell. So it's really, you can use it everywhere. So it's extremely powerful, and you can really use it everywhere. It's not only Windows PowerShell. Maybe it's due to that I'm on a Mac and that Microsoft PowerPoint's therefore lacking me. But let me just open a web browser and then open shell.azure.com, because it's really that simple. Without really installing it on your own system, you can just run it from a browser and then performing all those special tasks. But you can not only managing your online environment with PowerShell, but you can also just write some code to create almost a program itself. If you are really new and you see this, let me also explain in a bit what I am typing. What you see over here is that I have two special commands, one before the pipeline, and that's 1 until 10. And after that, it's saying for each object, and that's a special percentage icon, for each object, it's performing that block within those special characters, write host, and then for it will change this variable with exact what is piped to that. So at the first recurring item, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So it will 10 times ensuring that it's writing host that variable name. If you can, if you really use PowerShell more often, you can really go into more speed up the process by limiting all the things that you are going to handle by filtering more to the left hand of the pipe sign. Most of the time we start with an Hello World project, at least when it's when you're a developer and when you're programming. We are not really programming, as PowerShell is not a programming language. However, you can perform some task in it. So over here you see the Hello World code to first step clear host, and after that write host Hello World. If you want to start up as simple as that, you can just install PowerShell on your Mac or on your Windows system. On your Windows system, it's mostly likely already installed, and then just write this in a notepad or in Visual Studio Code, and then just run it. In Visual Studio Code, you can just hit the run button. You can also use the PowerShell IDE to also run the whole script. Both are the same, as you don't see at the output the command clear host, because that just clear first the terminal output and then it will write the hello world. In general, it's based on a verb and noun, and that's all the commands are based verb, noun. So first start with write or read, and after that, in this case, host. So there is also an option read host hello world, and you can also create testing. So just a test connection, which is an equivalent to the old ping command that you can do to ping and check if a website exists, and then you say, okay, check this connection to that server from this machine to another with a count of whatever. You have comments, you have aliases, as CLS is an alias of clear-host. that can all be fuzzy or difficult to understand. Aliases is really good if you write your own code, but if you are going to reuse code from other, or your code is going to be reused, ensure that you are not typing icons like the percentage mark, because that stands for each object, and then you maybe can better just use for each object as command, and other people can easily read what you are trying to accomplish. This tag sign is for remarks, so that it won't be executed. So you can make comments in your code or in your script, and that won't be executed. And over there you can tell something about that script. Also interesting is the what if parameter. You can always, or at least that's a lot of times, use the what if parameter. Then it will show you what will eventually happen if you don't use the what if parameter. So you can use an delete statement, for example, delete user, and not really want to actually delete the user, but you want to only see what if. So if you have a difficult script to check if the script is working in general and that the correct persons or the correct content will be deleted, then it's wise to first use the script at the same time, but everywhere we have the special statements for delete or create, that you use the what if parameter, so that you can first try out the script before actually performing those tasks. And native commands work. So if you're working on a Mac, when you're working on a Mac, you can also use the Mac commands in the same line, same script as your PowerShell script. When you're working on a Windows machine, you can use PowerShell statements just between the Windows statements that also are working. So you can combine those two. Of course, the real PowerShell statements are the only statements that will work over all those platforms. So if you're going to reuse your PowerShell script to and reuse it on a different type of operating system, ensure that you are going to that you are aware of which statements are native to your client and which are really PowerShell statements. You can find all those information by the first command that you really need to learn, and that's the get help command. Get help will ensure you that you give your information about the get help command itself. In general, it's get help, and you give an abbreviation, an parameter with that get help of the topic that you want to help of. For example, write host. If you want to help information about write host, you first go to get-help space write-host. Then you get all those information of the name, the syntax, how you want to use. And if you also specify the -full or the -online parameter to that get help statement, then you also see a lot of examples on the use of that statement. I briefly mentioned the pipe or the pipe sign or the pipeline sign. That is for getting one set of commands. After that is processed, giving those objects through to the next series of commands without assigning it to a variable without storing it in a variable. It's just running and processing for the whole line until the last command is executed of that PowerShell statement. Below, you see also a PowerShell script with the statement, don't try this at home, because it will get all the processes of your Windows machine, in this case, and it will pass all those processes as an object to the next component, and that will execute stop process, and that will be executed to all the processes that it can get, so it will eventually shut down your computer in a bad way. Mandatory fun. When I really learned a lot of PowerShell, and that's I think I want to give to you back, is create fun with PowerShell, because all the easy things or the mandatory things for working and creating something or managing something about the Azure and the cloud that's already documented over everywhere in the cloud. So create a simple script that you can learn for yourself. I learned a lot with the ER, and there's not electronics reports as mentioned in other sessions, but the escape room. I created a simple escape room in PowerShell, and I used several machines to connect to the same local NAS system. So it will act as an escape room with all my kids can play an escape room on a way of one screen is getting questions and answers. They can fill that out, or they need to put a USB stick into a USB stick extender. So, and then the system goes continuous through until it is until the escape room is finished and the last key is found or whatsoever. If you are interested in how I created that more, I can tell you I think hours about it, because it's in the end it's pretty big already. I really encourage you that everyone don't just perform the online management part or the online things. First, start to find your way a bit, that you can more than just say write host hello, but also get some read host commands, get some storing files. And for example, if you want to manage sometimes a CSV file, and you want to import that, and also for every object that you found in that CSV file, process something in it. Really make sure that you first get to know really PowerShell before you go in bulk in production statements, because it's really that powerful as everyone say. Copy and paste. I know that the time is almost running out, but this statement can be found on a lot of places on the internet, and is powerful, it's interesting, it is funny. It makes everyone, I hope at least, makes everyone aware that you should not just copy and paste these things from online. If you don't know what you do, don't just copy and paste, because you are not aware of what you are going to execute. At the same time it's executing, you must think that if you're executing this code, for example, it will open an Internet Explorer session, it's opened a new web client. Within that Internet Explorer session, it's then downloading a string, and it will automatically invoke, so execute what he found on that bit.ly link. And believe me, that can be anything. So you don't want just copy and paste PowerShell scripts if you don't understand what you are doing, because it can really create a lot of strange things on your machine. Think as a developer, think as a hacker, think as your successor, or in other ways, structure every script. Never store passwords in your text file because they are plain text, and document the why in your PowerShell. So that's really important. Not saying I'm going to execute enable user statement because the next line will be enable user, so everyone can read that. You really need to document in the ways why you are choosing a approach, and not saying the same steps as you have on the script itself. Make it fun, because then you learn faster. If you have any questions, let me know. And as already mentioned a few times, a few starting points for starting with PowerShell. If you want to connect me, you can scan the QR code, and over here a few links where you can start. Check also the AZ040 training, and also the last but not least, check also out the cheat sheet or the quick reference card, because it really helps when you are starting with PowerShell. Use such a cheat sheet of quick reference card, print it out and lay it right next to your computer. Thank you for your attention.
We have one question for you, which is in the chat. Can you please answer that?
Oh, I will look at the chat. Question: do you prefer PowerShell over Bash in Azure Portal? Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's a personal answer that you get from me, because I prefer PowerShell, but I work at a company where I think it's almost 50-50 for Bash or PowerShell. I think Bash is also really loved by people who are using Linux before and already having the experience of that. And based on your own experience, yeah, you should choose the one that really fits to you. I don't really think there is a better thing. That PowerShell is better than Bash, but feel where you're comfortable with, or choose the one that you know of, that you can get a lot of learning resources from. But, yeah, and my preference is PowerShell. No more questions? I don't see no more questions.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks for summing up the PowerShell in a short time span.
I guess Memuna has some trouble with her internet, so our next speaker is Bilal Shehzad. He's talking about GitHub Actions. Over to you, Bilal.
Yeah, sorry for the bad internet.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. So let's start with actions. I'm assuming you can see my screen, right? The slide presentation.
Yes, Bilal.
Okay. Okay, so let's start with GitHub Actions. This is me, MVP and MCT for last few years. Other than that, I'm a YouTuber, trainer, teacher, and promoter of Agile. This is how you can contact me. Okay, so what is our agenda? So before going to towards GitHub Actions, we will see what is DevOps and what is CI/CD, so that we will understand the better benefit of GitHub Actions. Okay, so what is DevOps? If we talk about DevOps in simple words, it is simply a set of practices which combines software development and IT ops. So if you are having different departments for development and for operations, so DevOps promote that we should follow such practices that there will be strong coordination between these two departments. I mean, either by creating a new department or, I mean, you just use these practices by having the existing departments, but your coordination will be strong. And the key thing is that you will be eventually having continuous delivery, right? So you will be delivering your software or services continuously. And continuous means it can be one deployment per day or hundreds deployment per day. It's your own context. And with a high quality software quality. So if we are saying that we will be deploying 100 builds per day, it doesn't mean we will be compromising on quality. And again, DevOps is complementary with agile software development practices. So if you follow the agile, you will be or you should be following the DevOps practices to make your developments, deployment, and all these things in agile manner. If you ask me what is DevOps in very short terms, or you are hearing this term first time, or someone wants to understand it quickly, so the key is automation. DevOps is not automation, but the core component or the core concept is automation, right? So if you want to start following DevOps practices in your organization, start with automation. See where you can automate things, where you can decrease or where you can remove the human intervention and start doing the automation stuff. And normally say we automate for others, but we don't automate for ourselves, right? As a software dev or company, we don't automate ourselves. So start automating your practices, your workflows, your actions. And for automation, the key is that you start using or start finding ways how you can execute things or how you can execute tasks using CLI, right? So therefore, I mean, we are having the session of PowerShell. So when you go into the DevOps world for automation, you will see these tools very important, PowerShell and other such tools. Okay, so quickly, let's see what is CI/CD. So the CI is continuous integration. So if you are continuously integrating your changes or pushing your changes in your repository, right? So repository, or we can say in our most of the cases, Git repository is the core concept in your DevOps practices. So if you are continuously pushing your changes in your repository, so we can say that, okay, we are following continuous integration. But it doesn't mean you are pushing your changes into a I mean dummy branch, but in your main branch, right? So if you're following any workflow like develop branch, or if you are following trunk-based development like master branch, if you are pushing your changes in these branches very often, you can say that, okay, we are following continuous integration, right? So if you are pushing your changes in your these core branches like master branches, you will make sure that those changes are high quality. And to achieve that, because I mean, if I'm going to push a change, I'm going to push 100 of changes in master branch, which is normally a production branch. I cannot say that, okay, I will push a change and then manual QA will be done. Then I will push a new change and then again, we will be doing the manual QA. No, that will not work. So if you want to achieve reliable and real continuous integration, you will have to follow automated testing approach. Otherwise, you will not be getting a full benefit of continuous integration. And continuous delivery, we say that it is again another extension of CI. If you are pushing your changes with proper automation, automated tests, it means you can deploy or you can provide your new releases to the client, right? So continuous delivery, it means you are giving your new versions to the client very quickly. CD and continuous deployment, CD, are almost same. I will explain the difference here. So continuous integration means you are building your code, you're doing your unit testing, and then you are deploying your staging environment, UAT environment, and then you are running your acceptance tests or integration tests. So it means we are following continuous integration, right? Continuous delivery mean because everything is good, unit tests are good, integration tests are good, then we should be deploying or we will be deploying to the production, but manually. There will be someone who will click on some button or will execute a workflow, right? So deploy to production is manual step. We call it continuous delivery. Continuous deployment means you are deploying to the production environment continuously. Whenever there is a change or you push into the main branch, automatically you are pushing your new release to the production automatically. There is no manual intervention in this step. Okay. So, okay, we are following the questions later, so I'll keep going on. You may share your questions. Okay, so what is GitHub Actions? Naming is quite confusing. If you have used Jenkins or if you have any automation tool or like Circle CI or other tools. So GitHub Actions, you can say a way of achieving CI/CD or DevOps in GitHub, right? So it is an integrated, you can say, component in GitHub. It supports different operating systems, right? Linux, Mac OS, Windows, ARM, and even containers. And it supports many languages like these languages, and there are many other languages available. It also has built-in secret store. Currently, you can use GitHub Actions free of cost for public repositories, but for private repositories, you have some limitations. You have some free minutes, right? Build time, you can say, or your workflow execution time. So when we say GitHub Actions, assume that you will be executing some workflow, right? You will be executing some jobs or steps, and those jobs or steps will be executed in some on some operating system. By default, those workflows are executed into the runners which are hosted by the GitHub, right? So if you're going to use the GitHub runners, then it means you will have to pay, right? For private repositories, you will have to pay something. But if you have your own operating system on your own machine or VM somewhere, and if you use your own runner, GitHub runner is available free of cost, then there is no cost, right? So even you can use this approach. Okay, so let's go into detail. What GitHub Actions, again, it helps you automate your tasks. If you want to automate some of your tasks, we will see some options here. You say that, okay, whenever I create a new pull request, okay, this should happen. I should get an email, or this code should be compiled and built, and then build should be deployed somewhere. I mean, anything you can imagine, we can automate those tasks. And I mean, this is automation, or automating these tasks is not the only, I mean, it's not GitHub Actions which provide this feature. You can use different tools, like you would have heard or used Jenkins, right? That is also the same thing. But the main benefit of using GitHub Actions is that it is integrated in GitHub. You don't go anywhere else. You don't install anything, right? You don't set up any machine. You can use out of the box. Event driven. I mean, whenever you are going to create some workflow, whenever you are going to create some jobs or tasks, you will tell the GitHub Actions how to execute that workflow, on which event you need to execute this workflow, right? Otherwise, I mean, it will not know about this. So this is you can say a more elaborative picture. So some event will occur. We will have some job 1, job 2, job 3, and we may have many jobs. In each job, we will have our steps, right? And in each step, we will define our action. An action can be anything, a simple command. You can simple say, okay, copy this file to this. This can be an action. So again, therefore, I mentioned earlier, think about CLI in your mind while creating these actions or automation tasks. And every job runs on a runner, right? So on a separate runner. So if you are having 2 jobs, there is no guarantee, and you should not consider that both jobs will be executing on same runner, right? In GitHub world, we may have, I mean, they may have hundreds of thousands of runners, and they decide based on the workload and queue where your job will execute. This job will be picked by this runner, and then this runner will execute these steps and will publish the log results. Okay, and other job may run on another. This is very important point, and this is a common, you can say, mistake. When we have multiple jobs, we assume that both jobs are running on the same machine. If I'm doing something here, I'm creating some directory here, that directory will be automatically available in this job. That is not the case, because both job may run on different VMs or different machines and different environments, and you don't get anything created in this context in other jobs. So let's see these components quickly, and then we'll see the demos. Understanding of these concepts is very important, and very simple concepts. Workflows. When you start creating your, when you talk about the GitHub action, so the basic component is workflow. Workflow is a YAML file you can create many workflows, many YAML files with different events and different tasks. So your workflow is executed based on some event, right? So some event happens, your workflow is executed. And even you can execute your workflow manually, right? We call it dispatch trigger. And you can schedule your workflows. Okay, this workflow should be executed after every 5 minutes or on Sunday at 12 a.m. like you do through the cron jobs, right? Behind the scene, they would be using the cron jobs. So this feature is also available, right? Workflow is a YAML file where you create your full task list and jobs. Every workflow will be triggered by some event, right? An event is a specific activity in GitHub, like you push something on your specific branch, push on main, or you create a pull request. These are events. You create an issue, you comment on a pull request. There are many events available in GitHub, and you can decide, okay, on which event you want to execute this workflow. Okay. Jobs. So now your workflow is executed. What we are going to have in a workflow, we are going to have different jobs. Okay. So a job is a set of steps. We will be having different steps in a job. And this is an important point. A job, all the steps of a specific job run on the same runner. Okay. So by default, a workflow with multiple jobs will run those jobs in parallel. This is the default feature. Okay. Where we are saying that, okay, we are having 5 jobs. So by default, all those 5 jobs will run in parallel. But in many cases, you want that, okay, first execute job 1 because you are going to do some preparation in job 1, and then you want to execute job 2 by taking the input from job 1. You can also do that part. But again, every job will run on different runner or in different context. And as we said, a job contains steps. Okay, so what is a step? A step is an individual task, right? So like a simple copy command in Linux, right? Or PowerShell command, like, or any other command we normally use. So a step is basically a command or multiple commands, like we can run single command or we can run multiple commands. Okay. Here, one important point is that step can be an action or a shell command. Now, what is the difference between action and a shell command? That is the reason why they call it GitHub Actions. So that is actually, I mean, feature of GitHub. It doesn't exist in Bitbucket or in GitLab. It only currently exists in GitHub. So you can create your logic or you can encapsulate your multiple commands or programming logic in a separate command or repository, and then you can just give the name of that command or that action as a step. We'll see. Then you will learn more about it. And then the whole logic is encapsulated there, and you just provide the name of that action and it is executed. It takes input and gives you output. So just a simple function approach normally we have in our programming languages. You create a function separately, you encapsulate your logic there, and then you can call that function many times. So each step in a job executes on the same runner. Again, the same important point, allowing the action in that job to share data with each other. So if you are running multiple steps in a job, as those steps are running in the same machine or same runner, so whatever you're doing in one step is available for next step. So if you're creating a directory in the one step and in next step, you should assume that that directory exists, okay? Because everything is happening in the same runner. Actions, which I try to explain here. This is more detail of actions. So actions are standalone commands that are combined into steps to create a job, okay? So actions are the smallest portable building block of workflow. I mean, you can create your own custom actions. You can have that in your own repository. You can have that logic, encapsulated logic in separate repository, and then you can use it. Okay. So, I mean, why GitHub Actions got so much popularity? Because of its marketplace. You can see, I mean, thousands of GitHub Actions already available, open source or paid available for you to use in the marketplace. So you just think about something. Let's say you want to push something into the Google chat, for example, or you want to push something to the Teams, you want to log into the AWS or Azure, you want to deploy something to Azure, you will find some GitHub action available. And it again, those are open source. You can see the code logic and all the detail available there. So this is very, very, I mean, important and makes things very easier. Yeah, other words, if you create your own logic in the workflow, it becomes very messy when your workflow is bigger. Okay, so to get an action in workflow, you must include a test step. So I mean, we discussed this because we can use a command or an action in a step. Runner. So I mean, we are defining our task in a YAML file, which is available in the GitHub repository. But where we are going to execute those tasks and jobs. So we need some runner. Okay. So runner is again open source application available. By default, GitHub provide you many runners. You can, I mean, just use those runners, or you can self-host your runner on your own machine or on some, I mean, cloud, and then you set up that runner in your GitHub repository, and then GitHub starts using your runner. Okay, so I mean, you may have such requirements where you will want to use your own runner, right? To save money or many other reasons, you have proper configured environment there or some virtual network available on your machine. You will like to use your own runner. Okay. So this is an example of simple workflow where we give a name to the workflow, then we provide the event. I mean, we can provide many configuration here. We will see quickly, and then we create jobs. Okay, this is a YAML syntax. So jobs. This is for example, one job. You tell, okay, where do you want to run this job? Okay, I want to run this job on Ubuntu latest. GitHub provided many labels. So you will have to use one of those labels. If you want to use on Windows, we will have to see the specific label for that environment, Windows 16, Windows 20, Windows 19, Windows 22. So you will tell that label. So it will forward your job detail to such an environment where we have this operating system installed. Here we provide, this is syntax of using some GitHub action, right? So this is the name of action. But in other words, this is the name of the repository. If you copy this thing action/checkout and paste into the github.com/, you will see the actual repository. So this is another action where we are setting up our node environment, and then we can run our single or multi-line commands using the run script. Okay, so you can now imagine you will have to write these steps like this one. Okay, so let's go to the demos. Any question till now you may ask, I can answer. Okay, just checking.
Bilal, share your screen again.
Yes. It is shared again. Let me know. You can see it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a dummy repository. You want to create a new actions. You will see a tab here, actions tab. You go there. And if you don't have any action or workflow available, you will see this screen, right? Where you can see many workflows, default workflows available for your ease, for your application. Based on your application type, you can choose any workflow, right? So you can set up a workflow yourself from scratch, but let me use this one. So it will provide us some basic configuration. Okay. So I can see that, okay, there is some configuration already available, name on. Okay, we'll discuss these things in a moment. But so this is the basic configuration. You can change it, and I'm going to commit it. So here is the name of the file. You provide a name to the file, YAML file. Okay, whatever name you will give it, it will be saved at this path, repository.github workflows, and then this repository path. So your workflows should be always be in this repository. But your GitHub Actions can be inside your repository or outside of this repository. Okay, so what happened? There was some code available. If we go back to the code and see this workflows, we can see this YAML file here available. What we are doing here, we are saying that whenever we make a push to the main branch, or if we create a pull request for the main branch, target branch, so this workflow should be executed. Or if you want to execute this workflow manually, right? If you don't make any change in your repository, but you still want to execute this workflow, you can add this configuration or event workflow_dispatch. Okay, then we have created a job. This is the ID of the job, build job. We are saying that runs it on Ubuntu Linux, and then we are adding our steps here. So this is a very popular or common action you would be using. This is action checkout. So this job is going to execute on a runner, and runner does not know about your repository. if you are going to do something with your repository code, like you're going to build something in your code, you need to check out your code on that specific runner. So this action does that stuff. So you will see almost in every repository, you will see this action as a first action. It will actually download your repository code on specific runner. Here we are executing another step. We are naming it, and then we are running echo hello world. Then we are running it. I mean, example of single line, and this is multi-line. If you want to execute multiple lines, you can use this pipe sign, and then you can provide multiple lines here, or even you can provide and then you can provide next command here. So this is a very simple example of workflows. Now let me show you more examples so that, okay, so what we have said that, okay, we will be running this workflow whenever we push to the main branch, and we just push to the main branch. So it should have executed the first workflow, right? So if you go to this workflow, you will see the name of jobs here. If we have multiple jobs, we can see jobs here, and you can see the jobs detail here. Okay, if I go here, build job, I can see all the steps here. Okay, so even you can see the logs, which command executed, and you will be playing with this a lot when you build your workflows, because things don't work automatically. So you will see many issues like that stuff. Okay, now let me show you some more examples of this. So this is the first example we are going to see. Again, this is a similar workflow which I have explained you. Name on, I want to execute this on push event. Then we have a job, simple job, runs Ubuntu, then simple checkout, and then we have set up the node environment, right? You may ask, okay, what is this and what is the parameter? What are the parameters we are going to provide? So just need to copy this. Okay, so just copy this and go to the tab and just type github/.com/ right? So you will go to this repository. Every action is a repository in simple words, right? So you will see all the documentation, the parameters, we can pass it, the code, even you can check the code, and you can, I mean, use that information. So let me come back. Okay, so this is the first workflow. We are executing on the push workflow. Let me show you the other example. Then we will see the actual deployment workflow. So this is the second workflow. It is, it is a workflow we had just discussed, right? Where we are executing the workflow on push and then pull request, and then we can also execute it manually. So how to execute a workflow manually? Okay, so to show you that, let me go here, actions. Then I will select specific workflow, which I want to execute manually, the second workflow. So if your workflow has workflow dispatch event trigger, you will see this message and you will see this bar here, right? You will not see this bar for my first workflow, okay? Because you cannot execute that workflow manually. So second workflow, you will choose the branch you want to execute this workflow and run the workflow. There's a UI bug. When you run this workflow, you don't see the action here. You will have to go back to the actions again. And now our workflow is in execution state. Okay, so it's executing, it will take time. So let's go back to our workflows. Okay, a few minutes are left. I want to show you more workflows. So this is an example of scheduled workflow, where we are saying that we want to run this workflow on the default branch, which is in our case main branch. We cannot provide the branch here, and it will run this workflow every 5 minutes. You may do many stuff here. You may check some server state, or you may execute some test, integration test after some time, every day or every night. So you can use this option. This is not very reliable. Even according to documentation, and even I have faced this issue that this workflow may run according to this time, may run late, or may not run for many hours because of the load on the servers. Okay, so be careful about this. You may have a question, okay, what if we want to execute the workflow if we make a change in specific file or directory? Yes, you can do that. You can tell, okay, I want, whenever I push to these paths and in this branch, then I should execute this workflow. So we can provide the name of those files, paths, or glob in glob pattern. And you can also tell, okay, this is follow this pattern, but if I make change in this file, ignore it. This is a not sign to ignore it, right? Like we use in programming. So this is another example. So let me go to the one more, show you the exact example. So this is a .NET 5 project. I want to, whenever I want to make a change in the master branch, I want to build, test, and then I want to deploy it in the cloud, right? Azure. So I have created a app service in Azure. right? Simple. Then I have created a workflow here. So let me show you the workflow. We have this workflow. Even we can open the file from actions, but let me open it from here. So this is the workflow. What we are doing here, we are saying that whenever I push any change to the main branch, or I want to execute this workflow manually whenever I want, then I should execute these jobs. What I'm doing here, I'm saying that this is my first job, which should run on Ubuntu line Ubuntu. Then I am checking out the file. I am setting up my environment with .NET version 5. You can see, I mean, if you have used other versions, you will install these applications or SDKs manually. But you can see just by adding one line, you don't need to worry about this. So I am setting up my .NET environment, providing which version I want to use. Okay, and it might be doing a lot of stuff behind the scene. Then I'm building my code. Okay, .NET build command. Then I am creating a release folder. I'm release in a specific folder. This is a available environment variable in .NET. And then I'm uploading this artifact to the GitHub Actions. So this is a very good, you can say, actions which we can use. It will upload this specific folder in GitHub repository, and the next job, other jobs can use it, because we said that the output or whatever we do in a job is not available in the next job. So we have build job, which will do the building and testing, and then it will upload the published folder, release folder to the GitHub registry. This is our deploy job. Now we want that we want to execute these jobs in serial, right? Because build should happen first and then deploy should happen. So what we will change, we provide the needs script here. So we're saying that this job depends on build job. So this will wait for the build. Once build is completed, then this will job be executed. I will explain this in a minute. Then we're saying that these are the steps to download. First, we want to download the artifact, right? So we'll give the name of the artifact. It will download the artifact. Then we are using these actions, which will actually upload our release folder to the Azure app service, and it will show us the changes. Just want one more. Let me execute the workflow to show you the difference. So go to the code, views, and then I'm going to make a change here, login. Let me make a change here to execute the workflow. Okay, I'm going to commit the changes, and this should execute the workflow. Okay, so we can see a workflow is getting executed. So let's wait for it, and then we will see. Okay, we can see the jobs, and it is also showing the dependency. It will take a few seconds. Meanwhile, let me show you other workflow. Okay, so this is happening. Let me show you the other workflow. So you can say that, okay, we don't want to make any change in main directly, but we want to create a feature branch, and then we want to create a pull request, and we want to execute our, steps or test on that PR pull request, and then someone should merge that. So how we can do that? So we will go again to this workflow. I have created this PR workflow. Again, the same thing. We will execute the workflow on pull request only. So whenever you will create a pull request for the main branch, we will be executing this workflow. Okay. And again, we are doing the same steps: check out, and then set up the environment, then restore, build, and test. Okay. If everything goes good, this will be green, and then you can merge your PR. Yeah, this is happening. The deployment is happening. And if I go here and just create a new branch, test to show you the demonstration quickly. I'm here. And then I go here and I just make a change in this README file. Okay, so I'm just making a change in the my branch. Now I will create a pull request. Okay, compare and pull request. So as soon as I will create a pull request, it will execute my PR workflow. We can see here verify workflow. Okay, whenever you will make a change or commit in this in your branch, which is linked with the PR, this workflow will be executed again and again. If this is green, then you will be able to merge your PR. Otherwise, you will not be able to. I mean, if you're admin, you can do anything, and you can apply different types of constraints or rules so that you will not be able to merge your branch if the workflow is failed. So here we are, right? So here we can see it has provided us this thing. and we can see that change here, MC Pakistan. So you can see you don't need to worry about the deployment step or deployment stuff or everything. Okay, I think I already took 3 minutes, so I will just take 1 more minute to show you another example. It is a similar example, but it is for Node.js. So if you are familiar with Node.js, so similar workflow is created here. I'll not be, again, this repository is open. You can check it and you can play with it if you want. So this is a similar workflow. We are saying master branch, then checkout, then Node.js environment setup. Then we know how to install packages and build test, and then we are uploading the artifact. The deploy will download the artifact, and then it will just use this GitHub action, which will do all the heavy stuff. You can see we are using this secret variable here, right? So you will have many, I mean, like this stuff where you will having username or password or many other stuff you don't want to expose in your YAML file. So GitHub has built-in secret store where you can create your secrets, right? So like this one, repository secret. You can create your secrets here, new repository secret, and even once secret is created, even you cannot get the value of that secret, okay? From here, it's just a secret name. Okay, so I think that's all. Any question? Not take more time.
We just have one question, which was if you can tell how students should start with GitHub, if you have any basic requirements for that.
For GitHub, I have personally a recorded session for students, especially for students where they can start with GitHub and with Git workflow type. I can share that link. So if anyone want to join that. Other than that, I mean, GitHub is very simple, but you should have good strength on the Git. Git is the main thing. GitHub is simple, but first you need to learn the Git, and then you can, I mean, just follow any tutorial. Even there are some short courses available on the GitHub learning library. You can follow that, or I mean, it's just 30-minute video. Any video can be followed on the YouTube to learn the GitHub basics. I mean, the things I have shown, these are the basic steps of the GitHub, which I explained here. You create a branch, you merge it. And if you go into detail, you face some conflicts issues, then you should be good with the Git merging stuff. So I have video on that. If anyone's interested, I can share that.
Thank you, Bilal.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much, Bilal, for this amazing session. GitHub is something that we all need to know about, and this was basically a very enlightening session where we learned about it. And in case if you have any more questions, you can directly reach out to Bilal for details. We will share his detail as well in the published area for the chat. So the next speaker for us is Rehan Majid. He's from Pakistan, and he's going to talk about extreme labs for MCTs. Over to you, Rehan.
Thank you so much, Zara, for the kind introduction. And thank you so much for giving me a chance to share my content with you. It's a big pleasure to have everyone here. My name is Rehan Majid, and I am working as an senior support and infrastructure engineer in Extreme Labs, where Extreme Lab is an authorized lab hoster. Since we started hosting labs, we have over 12,000 lab topics. We delivered 5 million lab sessions, and we have worked with about 2,000 schools and training companies in 160 countries. As we are an ALH authorized lab hoster, which means that we provide official Microsoft labs for learning partners and MCTs. Our Microsoft labs are official ones, and Extreme Labs content team works directly with my Microsoft content team before course launches and during the lab updates. I am here to share the content about MCT benefits, majorly Extreme Labs for MCTs. Just for the information, the session for the MCTs will be recorded. If you want to listen up again, no need to be worried. You will get all the recorded session later in few days by the hosting team. Let's move to the agenda. So here is the list of agenda which I will discuss today. I will discuss about the lab benefits for the MCTs by the Microsoft and then I will discuss what is included in the lab preparation at Extreme Labs, how MCTs can get registered for themselves for free at Extreme Labs, and then I will talk about what additional features MCT will get being as an instructor if you will teach a class. I will give the small demo of it at the end. I will tell you about the beta testing program, and at the end of your session, please feel free to ask any questions. What is MCT Readiness Program? It is a program by Microsoft where MCTs can get free access tools, discounts, labs, and you can use for which you can use for your own learning. If you want to read the lab benefit in details, navigate to the MCT Central page under the program benefits and tools option. And you will get the detailed document tab. We have also included the direct link. You will directly go from here as well. So what is included with the lab benefits in Extreme Labs environment? In the Extreme Labs environment, you will get free access to all Microsoft labs and the labs which you will use as an MCT. You and your students will get the same virtual version of the virtual machines, tools, lab steps while teaching your class. If you have any questions about the classroom or for any particular lab which you are unable to find in the list, please feel free to reach out to our support team at support@extremelabs.io. Besides the lab environment, you will also get the certain solution, cloud solution, sorry, Office which includes Office 365 tenants, Dynamic 365 tenants, Azure CEP tenants. CEP is our own alternate solution of the Azure passes. The CEP access is available for the relevant courses only. If you have any question, what is included in the lab environment, please feel free to reach out to our support team at support@extremelabs.io. How to register for the lab access as an MCT? If you already registered to our portal, you just need to open the link given below and enter the MCT ID and MCT email. Please note our database is directly syncing with Microsoft database. You will only be able to get the access if your MCT email and MCT ID will match with the database. In case you are already not registered to our portal, please navigate to the below link at the first register yourself with our portal with the same MCT ID. We have also attached the document. If you don't get the slide later, you can also email to us. We will share it to you over the email as well. If you encounter any issues in linking your account with the Extreme Labs account, please feel free to reach out to our support team at support@extremelabs.io with your MCT email and MCT ID. Once you registered and account has been validated with our portal, you should be able to find all the labs under the View Labs option. You will which you will need for your teaching preparation. You can also see the past, current, and future upcoming classes under the Manage Classroom tab from the top left side of the UI. All right, I'm going to give the short demo of our instructor view. Generally, our demo includes 3 parts: student access, instructor access, and the administrator access. But due to the limited time, I will only give the demo of the instructor access, which will include the additional features which you will get during your classroom to help your students. If you are interested in our full demo of our platform, please feel free to reach out to our sales team at sales@extremelabs.io. Let's start with the demo. Let me share my second screen. All right, So the last tab, you can have access to the only have access to the instructors. Once instructor redeem the access code to himself, they will be able to see the manage classroom option over here. All the upcoming and ongoing classes can be viewed under the manage classrooms. If you want to look at the details of the classroom, you just need to click on the details button available at the right side of the classroom name. Once you click on the classroom details, you will get the classroom details, which includes classroom name, the learning partner name, the course you are teaching, what are the dates of the classrooms. And since the pandemic is occurred, most of the classes are going online nowadays. So we have added the new features, virtual meeting and the file sharing. By clicking on this, you can add directly link from here, which student can join directly from their student session. Under this, we have the save count information and the save duration information. Where save count shows that the single lab module of the course can be saved for the 10 times during the classroom, while the save duration is during the classroom. If student want to continue on the next day, he can relaunch the lab where he left. If he not relaunch the lab during these hours, this lab session can automatically end it after 120 hours. But both of these information is not fixed. It can be changeable with the course requirements. Under this, you will be able to find the instructor and the student access. Under the instructor can see his own name, instructor email. If there is more than one instructor, he can also see his details as well. Under this, there is the information of the student session. Like this class have 5 students and only one student is redeemed the access code right now, whose name is student exchange, email is this, and under the active lab, this link shows that the student is actively working on it. And if instructor click on it, he can join the student session if student is facing any issue, or if instructor wants to help him, he can join directly and help him out. Here is the example. This tab shows the shared session of a student, where this environment divided into 2 parts. The right side of the part, which is the VM part, the actual part where all activities needs to be done. The left side, you can see it is the first tab, and we can say it as a control part, where all the tasks has been written. Student just need to return it out and perform the action against it. Let's suppose I need to perform any action. Let's suppose I am typing the MCT Summit. Student will be able to see it on his sessions directly. The second tab is the VM tab, where all the VMs are showing, which is required by the course. Under each VM, there is the additional features which can help you out during the session. After this, the third session tab is the info tab, where here is the detail of the classroom. Under this, if you have put any meeting link or the file sharing, your student can directly jump it from here. You can also promote your learning partner by putting your logos in it, or if you want to put at the bottom or somewhere else, just like you can also put it over here. Let's jump back to the classroom details. We have a digital feature named dashboard. Under this, you can find all the details of the student's activity. Just like if you click on the student's usage report, you will it will open a new link just like this, and you can see all the activities has been done by the student. Let's suppose The module 1 is launched by the 3 times and used for 123 minutes, where the second module is used for 138 minutes, and the third module is just used for the 3 minutes. It means there is an issue. Why is student just launch the lab and they did not use it? You can also enable the screenshot capture functionality. If you want to see either student is working or just launch the lab, you can see it over here. If you click on the show images button, it will capture the images after each certain of time. This shows just like I am sitting idle just for the demo purposes. So I didn't did any activity. So it shows it as a blank. So you can imagine your student is not working. You can also download the screenshots from here as well. Let's move back to the presentation. Do you want to join our beta testing program and help us to improve our platform and labs as well? If you want, you will get what you will get during the lab beta testing program. You will get early access to the labs. You will get the premium support by the team. And also you can request the additional features in the UI that you think might be helpful for you and to your students. If you are interested, please feel free to reach out to our sales team at sales@extremelabs.io. Please feel free to ask any question. I'd be happy to answer.
We don't have questions at the moment, but if they come in a bit later, I will post them. Okay, we have one question. I'm going to post it in the chat, please, to answer.
Sure. Yes, we provide the alternate solution of the Azure passes for the students if they want to learn for themselves. We named it as a CP Cloud Express Pass. Is there any other questions?
Not at the moment. If there are any, I will post and then you can reply to them. Thank
you so much for the precious time. Have a good day, everyone.
Okay, thanks, Rehan, for an interesting session in the demo and sharing in a lot of links. So next with us is Tariq Al-Basha from Lebanon, and he'll be enlightening us on future-ready skills. Over to you, Tariq.
Hello everyone. I am Tariq Al-Basha, Microsoft Certified Trainer from Tablet Academy, and we will talk about future-ready skills. What future-ready skills really means that the future of the new job, new skill that our community, our students, school and university students need to be prepared for the future. So the term of future-ready skills refer to an umbrella of skills, soft and technical skills that our youth need to have it for the next generation or next job, modern job. As we move into a new era of digital age, many jobs that exist now might not exist in the coming years. Some researchers said that 2 billion jobs in 2030 will disappear. that will be the low-level, low-skilled occupations. And meanwhile, the economy forecast tell us that 65% of children starting their education today will ultimately end up working in a new job types that are not currently exist. So we need, as a certified trainer, Microsoft certified trainer, to close the gap between university and the school and the markets with this future skills. So preparing students for future success is not about developing only skills, soft or technology skills. It's also its aim to simulate early the learning and inspire students with technology. So we need creativity, critical thinking, communication, collaboration. So it will lead us to developments, entrepreneurship, and etc. As a Microsoft develop a lot of tools in parallel with non-technical skills that are required today in our workforce. Microsoft aims to prepare the student for the future market needs using a lot of tools, as I said, like Imagine Academy, Microsoft Learn, Azure Lab Services, and the AI Business School. Microsoft in the past year give us the Microsoft Imagine Academy, as we see here. It was a paid license. Now it's a free license for academic school, academic institute, like universities, like schools, vocational training centers. They can fund a lot of material, training material related to Microsoft certification or non-Microsoft courses. In addition to Microsoft Imagine Academy, also Microsoft provide us with Microsoft Learn, that we have a lot of role for this, like student and educator as a teacher or a professor in the institution. So each one of this role can map this technical courses with their educational classes. And as a Microsoft certified trainer, we can play a main role to close the gap between the courses that we know a lot about it and the academic courses in this way. Also, Microsoft provide with Azure Lab Services, where we can enable students in universities and the schools to prepare their lab, even if their infrastructure are not well prepared. They can use the Azure Lab Service to prepare their lab, technical lab, and other lab using the new technology of the Azure Lab Services, in addition to the AI school. So they can use it to build the future skill, machine learning, artificial intelligence also. Microsoft in according to the 2016 study, IDS, that 91% of hiring managers consider that certifications are the main criteria, or one of the main criteria for hiring. So we have a high demand on the certification. As MCT, our target is not the IT professional only. We have a target with the graduate students, university student, K-12 student, to prepare them for the next step of a future ready skill. So what are the main point of the future ready skills? We have the computer science, the productivity tools like Word, Excel, PowerPoint. And after this, we can go to the data science, going through Excel Expert, and other courses. Data science and IT infrastructure, like the new fundamental courses by Microsoft, like the ERP, CRM, fundamental courses. We have the AZ900, the Microsoft 365 fundamental course, and other fundamental courses targeting the new generation to prepare themselves for the next step. In addition to Microsoft free courses that as a certified trainer, we can map it to the academic courses in universities and in schools. We have a partnership with Certiport, a business, a Pearson VUE business that supports schools and universities to build their own testing center inside the institution or online in the situation of COVID-19. We have an online service now for exam, but the university and school can build this testing center in their prim, so they can monitor the exams, and we can support them to build this this testing center. Also, you can have more information if you visit certiport.com. You will have the Microsoft certification, the certified fundamentals, and the productivity tools, as I said, Microsoft Office Specialist, and other courses for educators. So we have the AZ900, Microsoft 365, Azure Fundamental AI, Azure Data, Power Platform, Dynamics 365, all this, and the security also, all these courses will support the new generation, our youth, our students in universities and in schools to prepare themselves as a new technology age to understand more the needs of our market, industrial market, and they will be prepared. All certification done by Certiport and through Microsoft certification, it's industrial certification. They can go directly to the market and apply for work. So the future ready skills is the main objective is to prepare our student, our community for the digital transformation. They will be ready for the new skills, for the new job required in the industrial market. This is my presentation for today. If you have any question, I will be ready to answer. Thank you very much.
We have one question that I'm going to post in the chat. Please, can you answer that?
Sure. Okay. To join Microsoft Imagine Academy, an institution, an academic institution, so the first condition must be an academic institution like university or school or vocational training center, recognized by the Ministry of Education in the country, and you can connect your license partner so they can provide it for you with the package of license for free. So this is the answer for the Imagine Academy.
Thank you so much for this. At the moment, we do not have more questions. Maybe they come in late and then I will post them or ask about them later.
Sure, anytime. Thank you very much all.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tariq. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. How are you?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tariq, for this session. The next person I would like to call is Abdul Rahman. He will be talking about some different products in Microsoft. Over to you, Abdurrahman. Sorry, we're facing some difficulties in connection with the coming up speaker. Please, I would like you to wait for just 1 minute so we can connect properly. Apologies, we do not have Abdurrahman available at the moment. So I'm going to hand over the session to Abdullah Altaf for a quick catch up and some demo. Over to you, Abdullah, please.
Yes, assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much, Zara, for inviting me for the demonstration. And I think my voice is clear.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all of you guys, for attending this session. After me, inshallah, Tiago will speak briefly on the technical things. Let me go through you from the main things. I saw different questions in the chat, in the QA, and some guys are discussing on different things. So I think you guys need to be always stick with MCT Central. So let me go through MCT Central and show you different things, and then we will move forward. I think now you are able to see my screen. So we can go to MCT Central. You should have a bookmark of MCT Central. This is your essential site, centralized site where you can get the latest information from benefits, town hall meetings, news flash, and another information. So let me go through and introduce you these benefits or these features that only exclusively available for MCTs. You already heard from different speakers, and they show you step by step how you can do these things. But let me deep dive on the things. Especially for the new MCTs, you can sign up for the MCT newsletter. It's not by default available, and as per Microsoft privacy policy, they cannot send the emails to all the MCTs. So you need to sign up for the MCT newsletter. So you can visit to the MCT Central website. Let me paste this inside the chat so you guys have and then you can also like MCT program announcement. You can check the latest announcement regarding to the exam discounts, regarding, for example, Microsoft give very outclass benefit like fee waiver for the MCT, new MCTs, and the alumni and the renewal. So it's very good chance for the trainer because Microsoft knows that because of COVID, too many speakers are struggling on for their trainings and the things. So that's why Microsoft waived the fees of MCT program. And then same like you have sign up for newsletter, learning download center, and you should go to program benefits and tool, find the resources you need. So you can go to program and you can check different things, different options. Someone is asking for how they can access to the their benefits. For example, Office 365 benefits and other benefits. You just need to log into my.visualstudio.com and you need to log in with your credentials that you have associated with your certifications, and you can apply. You can log in and you are able to get all the benefits. For example, let me go through my Visual Studio. You need to log in with your official account. Here is the important things that you need to understand, that the subscription, you should select the MCT subscription, because otherwise sometime you have from your organization or from other companies or the associations, you have subscriptions. So you should select the appropriate subscription and log in with the Microsoft account that associated with your MC certification program. Then if you log into portal.azure.com by default, your benefit will not associated. You need to activate this, your benefit. For example, for Azure, you need to activate, and same thing goes for Office 365. If you have developer subscription, and then you are eligible for Office 365 E5 plan, and it's with 24 admin users, 24 user license CALs, you can say that. And same things, Microsoft will give you the priority chat, but regarding to your current subscription and the things, for example, if you have issue with the product, with the licensing and the things. And most important thing, these licenses, you can download, go to download tab and download Microsoft products by search, or the latest product Microsoft will show you in the front page. Windows servers, SQL servers, Office, and Visual Studio. You can download directly, or you can search product by different labeling, different category, or directly you can download, for example, Windows 10 and these type of stuff, or SQL server. You can download it for personal use only. This is not for the corporate. And then you can click on the product key and you will get the product key for your internal use and for the lab or the things that you are building, or these type of stuff. I also saw one question. This is regarding my Visual Studio, from where you can get all the benefits in one place, centralized place for Microsoft keys, Azure, Office 365, and Windows licensing, these type of stuff, and other benefits. I also saw one question from in chat that can let me go to MCT Central, and then the question
is, can I share the key with my friend or not? Because I have 5 keys. Can I share with my friends or not?
Yep. Yeah. Actually, for this question, you cannot share your keys with colleagues or anyone else, because this is not allowed. And there is another question for Microsoft Lab, Extreme Lab, that can I install other OS? No, but because Extreme Lab or these Microsoft Lab that provided by you free of cost to prepare your classroom, and you are not allowed even to share with this lab to the student or for other purpose. This lab is coming pre-built configuration. You just need to like plug and play. You just need to go to particular course and you need to start the course. So let me go through this lab also to you, so you can understand how it's work. For example, let me log into Microsoft Lab. This is lab or Microsoft Lab. You can log in to your with your credentials. And Extreme Lab guys also explain you, but I think there is something that is missing, so I just want to highlight these things. You can see that each lab, this lab is particular for MCTs, what they got. So each lab have a particular title that is available in your presentation that you download from Learning Download Center. And for example, this is deploying Microsoft Exchange Server. So you just need to start the labs, and then it will predefined, pre-configured template will be available for you. So you can go through step-by-step procedures and the steps that mentioned in the lab book. And it's also shown in the Microsoft Lab, like, did you done this task? Did you done this task? So this is like how you can do it, but you cannot install anything from your side because it's predefined and pre-configured labs and all the stuff. Okay, so this is regarding the Microsoft Lab, and then you can access different servers and all the things. Because I choose the old lab, that's why it's coming with this. So you can see DC and SRV are there. So you can switch between the servers. You can take the screenshot and do different type of things. So let me show you how you can request for the Azure passes. So this is Microsoft Azure program pass, which eligible you to request for pass to Microsoft. So you can visit to the site that Microsoft voucher.cloudapp.net/Azure pass. Let me share this URL already shared during the conversation. So let me go through the steps, and it's very easy step. Like you just need to give your information, your MCT ID. Like this is your MCP ID, Microsoft Certification ID. Microsoft is not giving you any specific ID related to same ID. It's carry on. Let me copy this ID. So you can copy your ID. Like this, and you can choose the classes. It's preferable, like you can request before 1 week or 2-3 days. Okay, so these are the terms and conditions that you should read these terms and conditions, that you may only request one Azure pass every 3 days. So, and you can request only one title for your each course. Then you can click on next, and then you need to sign NDA, and then when you can accept and you can confirm, then Microsoft will send you the voucher over your email ID associated with Microsoft. Same thing, Learning Download Center. Microsoft recently enhanced MCT store, so you can order your welcome kits, you can order t-shirts and all the stuff. This is MCT Central. Let me go through you from MCT Central. So this is how it looks like, because when you complete your 5 year, 10 years, it will show you. You can order your giveaways and your welcome kit, and you can also check what other things are available in stores. You can click on home. Sure. So here, so you can order t-shirts and some other stuff is available, pens and some other hoodies. Time to time it's changed. So you can visit MCT store and you can order these stuff, and it's very good that during the session and during the training you can wear these Microsoft official MCTs shirts and the things. Okay, for the exam already discuss and you know these things, and the important things does not consider that MCT sport is for you can consider normal sport. No, it's very active community is sporting on MCT sport, and Microsoft has dedicated resources also available, like us as an MCT regional leads, and Chetan and other guys are available to help you one-to-one or through this sport website. So always try to find try to search inside the the support forum, you find the resolution. But if you could not find the solution, just post the ticket, and we will follow up, and the guys will respond back to you. I think within 1 or 2 days, and it's very efficient way to get the support from the community. So if you does not hesitate to ask the question or request for anything that you are facing or struggling with issues and these type of stuff. Sometimes you can see that some guys have challenges with the Azure passes and these type of stuff. So when you sometime the major issue is happening that you activate your Azure with other than the ID that is associated with your certifications, or you want to change your certification ID to something else. So in that case, benefit will not get when you logged in with the other IDs. So you need to raise a ticket, and then backend team help you and configure the things from the backend side, and you are able to get these benefits on a timely manner. Okay, let's get back. And this is from from my side. Like, I want to show you that how things are going on, and if anything, any question, let me know, or you can ask directly. 75% discount on specifically exams are available also, and it's automatically applied when you do the checkout at your exam registration. Also, does not forget to claim your free mock exam voucher, but it's associated with your email ID. So you can send email, you can request to this ID for your Microsoft Office exams. And in mock exam, if you guys are not familiar, there are Word, Excel, PowerPoint exams are there, and it's very good. You can go through these exams, and you can enhance your productivity in Office. And already all the other things are already discussed, but I want to focus that you should have you should bookmark MCT Central for the latest update, upcoming event, and especially Town Hall. If you are new MCTs, you get all the sessions, recorded session available in MCT Central, so you can check out what the latest and the greatest things available for you guys, so you don't miss any good opportunity, or how you can engage with community, or how you can deliver efficient course, and these type of things. So this is end from my side, and I think we can start with Tiago, or we can wait for 5 to 10 minutes, then we'll start.
Thanks, Abdullah, for elaborating and covering most of the general questions. So we have with us Shirley Chavez Rios from Costa Rica, and she'll be elaborating how Azure Synapse Analytics is changing our data world. So over to you, Shirley.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. So, as you tell them, I'm going to talk about how Azure Synapse Analytics is changing our data world. Okay. I'm Yvonne Chavez, also known as Chirio. Right now, I'm working in Microsoft as Microsoft Technical Trainer, and I have like 12 years of experience in technology side. As a millennial, I have presence in many social media, so if you want to connect, here is all my links to connect. Okay, let us start. Nowadays, we know that data is the blood of each company around the world. Why? Because all the companies are generating petas of info, and without info, the decision makers can't take a decision as is, so they will guess. So sometimes people think that data warehouses are something brand new, but really no. Data warehouse have more than 30 years being part of our data architectures. Of course, data warehouse changed since it's born, but they modernized it to keep current until today. All business are data business. Why? Because from a small corner market with online billing to the largest supermarket, all run on data because data makes business possible. By the way, a company that doesn't use, manage, govern, and secure its data will not survive in the new economy. Okay, you already know the value of data, but it's a must to know more about your data, because without analytics, data is just data. It's just a spend of money, a spend of storage. So you should guarantee to create dashboard and report at least the current state of your business. Analytics are so important, but you can boost using data science, okay? Evolve to data science. For example, can level up your business if you include artificial intelligence. Okay. Before Azure Synapse Analytics, we just have this kind of architectures, okay? For example, about the source. As an enterprise system of record business processes, the data warehouse is mostly built over line business data sources. So data is unstructured, structured, semi-structured. The modern data warehouse can handle it. So can have on-prem data, cloud data, device data, software as a service data. Any kind of sources can be implemented with an enterprise data warehouse. After we define the different source, the architecture has to start the ingestion and the preparation. So here is Azure Data Factory and Azure Data Brick. Azure Data Factory schedule and orchestrate data transformation and bulk loads. Meanwhile, Azure Databricks also performs transformation specifically for data science and also builds and executes different models. Then data should be stored somewhere. For example, in Azure Data Lake or Azure SQL Data Warehouse. And finally, reporting is a must. So we need to visualize info in somewhere, like Microsoft Power BI. So Microsoft Power BI consumes enterprise data from the data warehousing for reporting and analytics, but may also use data from the data lake for ad hoc analysis and integrated with some of data science. After Azure Synapse Analytics, the architecture changes a little bit, okay? So we have this brand new product with an end-to-end analytics and data warehouses into a single unified, okay? So just Azure Synapse Analytics. Not only are these critical parts fully integrated and managed, but there is also deep native integration with Azure Machine Learning and Power BI. So this end-to-end analytics platform brings us different functions for a data warehouse to be in the same environment as other tasks, okay? It's like all in one. Okay, so what is it? It's basically the evolution of the Azure SQL Data Warehouse, okay? It truly enables next level analytics, okay? Unified analytics platform, serverless and dedicated option, enterprise data warehousing, a lot of security. You can use data integration, data exploration, data warehousing, many different tasks in the same site, okay? In the same place. That is the biggest feature that we have inside of Azure Synapse Analytics. It's the tool to have everything in the same place. As I mentioned, it's a great resource when we work with an enterprise data warehouse and big analytics. Now you can choose where you run your different SQL queries. I mean, you can use, for example, dedicated or serverless resources. Also, you can summarize that Azure Synapse Analytics will permit to have a unified experience to ingest, prepare, manage, and serve for BI, analytics, and machine learning needs of your company. So basically, Azure Synapse Analytics has Azure Synapse SQL, Apache Spark for Synapse, Azure Synapse Pipeline, and also Azure Synapse Studio. So in the Azure Synapse SQL side, basically you have two different kinds of Synapse SQL. The first one is Serverless SQL Pool. That is an interactive query service that provides SQL queries over high scale in Azure storage. This one has no structure, only for query execution, no ETL, includes, of course, all the security, and integrates with other resources like Databricks, HD Insights, and you can use different types of files like Parquet, CSV, TXT, also JSON. The main objective of serverless SQL pool is discovery and exploration and data transformation. For example, you can answer quickly questions like what is in the file, how many rows are there, has headers or no. You can transform raw data and convert to another format file, or you can convert in other kind of data. The other type of Synapse SQL is dedicated SQL pool. It exactly is the evolve of Azure SQL Data Warehouse. It uses DWUs as a bundle measure to define CPUs, memory, and IOs. Basically, we can say that is the centralized data warehouse store that provides a relational analytics and decision support service across the whole enterprise. It used the MPP, the famous MPP that is massively parallel processing to process queries using its control node and the different compute nodes. So basically, MPP is like the brain of the dedicated SQL pool that we use like the way to define what is the best table distribution as the table needs. Like, for example, we can continue using the rowing, hash distributed, and replicated table that are concepts that you maybe already know if you worked before with the old version of the data warehouse. Also, about the security, we have the data protection, access control, authentication using multi-factor authentication, and also integrated with Azure Active Directory. And last week, I guess, is in general availability to use RBAC with Azure Synapse Analytics. Okay. Apache Spark for Synapse is the component similar to Azure Databricks. Okay. Why? Because both use Apache Spark. In this component, we can use the notebook experience. You can use many languages like PySpark, Scala, C#. I forgot one. Scala, of course, SQL. This component is also a fully management Spark services. So it has all the benefits, speed and efficiency. I mean, like 2 minutes to start 60 nodes, okay? So it's too quickly to start to work with a notebook to start to do your analytics from your data. It maintains the notebooks to develop, the cluster as compute, and jobs to execute the different notebooks as component of Azure Spark Synapse. Okay. The Azure Synapse pipeline is a data integration capability of Azure Synapse Analytics. Okay, this component is based on Azure Data Factory, so he has more than 85 pre-built connector for data integration. So it allows easy cross-platform data migration. Also, you can mapping data flow with a code-free transformation at scale. Okay, here if you worked before with Azure Data Factory, you may be familiar in this component like pipeline, activities, dataset, linked services, parameter triggers, and integration runtime. Okay, here interesting difference between Azure Synapse Pipeline and Azure Data Factory is that Azure Data Factory can work with SSIS, SQL Server Integration Services, and Azure Synapse Analytics right now is not working with SSIS. Okay, it's a very interesting difference between these two similar resources. And finally, it is my favorite component, Azure Synapse Studio. It is a collaborative ID where different roles, data related, can work together really, okay? You can use different components like Synapse Live. You can use source control version using Git integration. Also, you can use all that government with a resource like Azure Purview. And if you want to start to know this resource, you really can start from scratch using the gallery. The gallery has different data source, a notebook example, T-SQL example to start. Azure Synapse Analytics Studio has different hubs like data, develop, integrate, monitor, and manage. Here you can see it is Synapse Analytics Studio. Here you can say data. We have the different database using Spark or SQL. In develop side, different notebooks and SQL scripts. In the integrate, you will see all the pipelines, okay? That code-free resource. In the monitor side, basically, you can monitor the different pipelines and trigger runs. How is working the SQL pools, the Apache Spark pools, the pipeline runs, okay? And the manage is more the administrative tool that you can create new SQL pools, Apache Spark pools, linked services, also integrate with Azure Purview, okay? Remember that Azure Purview right now is in preview, but it is a fantastic tool. I recommend to try it. And the triggers, access control, that is so important, all the security stuff, credential, and the Git configuration, okay? It is like a quickly go through about the different hubs that Azure Synapse Analytics has, okay? Okay, another kind of integration that we have with Azure Synapse Analytics is okay, for example, we can use Azure Synapse Pipeline using Azure Databricks. Also, if we want to use any data from Azure Cosmos DB, we can use the Azure Synapse link for Azure Cosmos DB that create like a bind, okay, from Azure Synapse Analytics to Azure Cosmos DB and Azure Cosmos DB to Azure Synapse Analytics, so we can use the analytic data that you have inside of your Azure Cosmos DB. And also we can use the different experiments that you have in the Azure Machine Learning resource, okay? So if you want to learn more, remember that we have basically two different certifications for the data career path. We have the Azure Data Fundamental, that is the DP900, Microsoft Azure Data Fundamentals, and also we have the Microsoft Certified Azure Data Engineer Associate that is related to the DP203, that is mostly about Azure Synapse and all related about the data engineering on Microsoft Azure Cloud. Okay, here quickly, we're going to return to our Synapse Analytics Studio. For example, here I have different T-SQL. As you can see, basically is T-SQL. All the knowledge that you have about SQL Server you can use here. Is not a new language. Azure Synapse is just a new bundle of tools in the same page, okay? Here, how you can create external data, and in the same place, you can see different notebooks, okay? Okay, it's so easy. I'm using an open data set that I commented from the gallery. In a simple query, you can have the table and a chart, okay? Here the chart is not because it is more descriptive information, okay? But you also can convert from table to chart very easy, okay? In the Integrate Hub, you can see that is very similar than Azure Data Factory. You just configure your source, your sink. If you prefer any mapping, also you can configure, and that's it. You can, for example, validate, and then you will be moving in this case, copying data from movies markets to movies database. Okay, and data. Here I have different tables. That is in the Spark database. Okay, and also here I have a dedicated SQL pool with different tables. And we also can create different instances of serverless SQL pool, okay? Here you can see that you can set up your repository, okay? You can decide between Azure DevOps and GitHub. The Synapse Live basically is to has all the information sync with all the team. And for example, it's an interesting feature. And here, okay, I don't know, I'm going to change this. Okay, if I change something, I have to publish my changes to all the team. Okay, it's like save what I did. Okay, I have to publish it. Okay, for example, deploying changes to the workspace as is. Okay, I recommend to continuously publishing all the changes to save all the changes. Okay. So basically, I hope that you learn more about Azure Synapse Analytics. And if you want, you can connect with me in different social media, okay? So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you so much, Shirley, for your time. Sorry, we are actually running out of time for this session to end. So we actually have one amazing person left. Last but not the least, I'm handing over this session to Tiago. He's going to do the closing as well as will conclude this event. So over to you, Tiago.
Hello, thank you very much. I hope that you can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'll just like to basically just start my presentation and just to say thank you for the community to put this event together. I've been watching here since mid-afternoon, and it has been, I have to say, a great event with great speakers, and we all learn something from each other. So I'll just like to start just to do like a short presentation about and just to conclude our summit here. What is the life of an MCT, okay, in 2021? Before doing that, just a small presentation about myself. I work as a cloud architect and advisor, a trainer, I alter some of the courseware that you guys use, and also I'm an international speaker, so I basically speak in Microsoft Ignite, Microsoft Build, and other conferences like MCT Summits. I have to confess, it's my favorite. It's my favorite summits and my favorite conferences to speak. I work as an independent contractor. I've been working with Azure for I don't know many years. I'm an Azure MVP certified trainer. I'm also a regional lead. And I'm also a member of the Microsoft Certification Council. So we basically help the people that decide, hey, this is a good certification to have, this one's or not. We try to influence them to have certification. So I hope that you enjoyed the last announcement, which was the Windows Server certification. It was something that we have been requested for a long time, that we finally got it. You have all my contacts in here, my Twitter handler. I usually share stuff around Microsoft certifications, Azure. That's the two things that I do that. I have been also just a small kind of more personal note. I've already visited 77 countries. I plan to reach 100 someday. I have to confess that I really wanted that number to be bigger today, but unfortunately we have a pandemic among us, and that number got stalled for the last 2 years. That it just doesn't change. Okay, so what is the agenda? I would just like to talk about what is the world today, the Microsoft Certification Program, the 2021 MCT, and then something that I find that is still needed, which is how haste on virtual deliveries, because virtual deliveries have been here for almost 2 years. They are going to be here, so we really need to tune up this the best that we can so that we can deliver amazing sessions for our students, because our students deserve all that we can deliver to them. So what is the world today? Well, definitely today we live in a world that is what I call a connected world. Personally, for example, currently I have projects running on Switzerland. I'm based in Portugal, by the way, in Lisbon. And I have members that from that project that, for example, they are from the Netherlands, India, Italy, UK, and Romania. And we all work together. Most of them I never met face to face. And I probably, to be totally honest, some of them, when the project finished, will just go to deliver something else. And I will probably not going to meet everyone face to face. Hope not. Hope that we can meet each other someday. But that's what it is. That's the world that we live today. That have happened to me in the past 2 years with probably hundreds, if not thousands of students that I have been delivering classes. We used to meet them face to face, but we don't. So with this, I just want to say that that's a great advantage too, because I can reach people all over the world. I don't need to just focus on my own market, just the local market. So I can really be a world-class citizen. And I'm just like the same as a person from the other country. We don't have more that advantage that is, oh, he's local, so, there's no travel costs and things like that. That's gone, okay? Because nowadays people started to accept, okay, the virtual as a new normal. But certifications is something that I always like to talk about for MCTs, which I think I'm not going to tell you what certifications are, how important certifications are, because we all know that. We all know all the certifications that exist. So I'm not going to tell you that. I'm just going to tell you one thing. As you know, 3 years ago, Microsoft changed from a product-based to a role-based certifications. So we no longer have a specific version for like a Windows Server and then the version like 2016 or 2019 or 2022. No, we have a Windows Administrator certification because that's the job role. And it doesn't matter, let's be honest. A Windows Server Administrator today is going to work with 2022, with 2019, with 2016 at the same time, if not even previous versions, okay? But that's the idea. So that's the new how we should do and how should we see certifications. But now what I want to tell you is one thing, how Microsoft approaches this. So how do they build a certification? So first of all, they see, okay, there's a need for this role. They create what's called a job task analysis, which is, okay, let's put some subject matter experts in a room or in a Teams call, and let's check out, okay, what does imagine a hybrid Windows Server administrator needs to do. And, you know, they get to create a document that says explicitly all of that. Then, through also market research, okay, they come with an output, which is that master skills that you need to have. And with that, they will create aligned digital experiences, which is, and we have another slide with that too, digital skilling, like Microsoft Learn. So they're going to ask their teams, let's create content on Microsoft Learn. It's free. Everyone can just go there and just check it out. And it's incredibly good. Okay, some of the content I read and I'm like, yeah, you know, it's good. Even for me that already knows sometimes the topic, don't just go over them because I just know this. Usually I learn new ways of teaching this to my students. I know the topic. I'm not going to learn anything with that module for sure, but you get the idea. Oh, that's a nice way to explain this. I never thought about it. Let me use this in my classes. We also have events like, for example, Microsoft Ignite, Microsoft Build, that are those major events, but there are also smaller events like the Windows Server Summit and things like that. And then we have Classroom, where the best people in the world, Microsoft certified trainers, okay, they sit and they are face-to-face or camera to screen, okay, with students, and students have the opportunity to one-on-one just do questions, which is awesome. And then we have the certifications that validate that knowledge. So they also create the certifications based on that job task analysis. And this is all that we have. And look, as a trainer, as a Microsoft certified trainer, click Classroom, being virtual or not. Sure, that's the obvious part where we fit. But you also fit on the events. Okay? Start to promote your profile. Start to submit sessions for those events. As a Microsoft certified trainer, you can submit sessions for Microsoft Ignite, Microsoft Build. Hey, to be totally honest with you, most of the times you will be rejected at first. I'm not going to lie to you. Learn how to submit a task, and then one day you will be noticed and your session will be included, and that's your chance. Maybe start to speak in smaller events before you go to Ignite, because usually in Ignite, one of the topics is if you have been speaking in some other events, and if you say no, to be totally honest, I don't feel that they are going to select you at all, okay, because they need someone, because the audience is so big, that already has some kind of experience. Interact with other speakers. I usually help tons of people to speak for the first times, etc. But as a trainer, you just need to adapt the way that you're going to deliver your message, because the technical skills, you have them. The speaking skills, you have them. You just need to adapt because, okay, it's a different audience, different way of doing this. So with all of this, what is the 2021 MCT? Well, previously from 2021, what was the Microsoft certified trainer? Subject matter expert, a communicator. It did in-person deliveries, and then, yeah, sometimes in some geos like the US, for example, they're already doing a lot of virtual deliveries. But this has changed because we had a pandemic, and that pandemic really skilled up the digital age a lot. And we still have subject matter experts, because look, if you don't know what you're talking about, you are not going to deliver a class on that. Well, at least Tiago hopes so. Okay, you still need to be a communicator. So that didn't change, those two first topics. But virtual first is the new way. Okay. We still have some in-person deliveries, and I've been very fortunate that in the past month I had two. Okay, I went to the UK and I went to the Netherlands last week. So I was in the Netherlands last week delivering 2 Azure classes, which was so refreshing, I have to confess. Okay, ILT, instructor-led training, look, it's not the king anymore. It used to. You needed to learn something, go to a class, meet a trainer, learn. That was the way to do it. Video-based training has getting more and more fans. I had in my class in the UK a person that he was there, and he's an independent contractor. And then when we tell them that, yeah, this is a 4-day class, you're going to take the exam, it's a 12-hour class, it's a boot camp, you're in the boot camp. The guy looked at me and said, I can't focus that time. It just went away. And he had paid the course. And he just said, no, I can't. I'll prefer just to watch some videos on the internet. And I'm like, okay, look, to be totally honest, I didn't even have started, so it was not me. Okay, if it was like after day 2 or something, I was still kind of, well, maybe it was me, but it wasn't. It just left. And then I talked with him later, and the guy said, I don't have patience to listen to someone for the full day. There are people that are like that. They use not to come to training. Now they have an option. Other people, they can also have an option, but we can also have video-led training, video-based training with the instructor-led training. So we can complement. And we as trainers, we have the skills to do that content, to create content, record videos. But just by the way, I have to say this, please don't use mock. Okay, so the Microsoft official courseware, the PowerPoints that we download, and then just record with that content. Okay, it's just forbidden. You will lose your MCT. Okay, to be totally honest, and it keeps popping up on YouTube and things like that, videos and videos of that. And of course, find a space in your home office. Okay, find a space where you can do this. And if you don't have the space, create one. It doesn't need to be fancy. Okay, I'm just going to tell you about fancy stuff because we all like tech and we all like all those crazy stuff, right? But I didn't start it like that. I started with a laptop and a cheap camera, and I was doing things with the microphone from my laptop. But then we started to build on top of that. So, but let's just talk about something first before we talk about that. Put yourself in the student's shoes. Okay? You're at your home. Usually they are at their home or office, and they don't have a trainer to be, okay, keeping an eye on him. And people have distractions, especially if they are at home. They have their company laptop, which has their email, their Teams. People see that they are connected, start to pop up, messages to them. And if it's a colleague, okay, they can ignore for a while. If there's their boss, ignoring, it's probably not an option anymore. So it is distraction. And then look, they have the comfort of their home and all of that. So it's not easy for them to focus something like more than 30 minutes. So you need to be able, okay, to be what? Engaged. You need to engage in them, but really engaging them. Because if you don't engage your students, you will lose them. After 3 hours, they will ignore you. They will be there, sure, but they are not there. So you have to think about that you're just not delivering a training class like you are in person. Think all this as delivering a show. That's usually what I do. It's like a show, and usually I add a slide that I wanted to put here, but I didn't find a royalty-free image, so I couldn't. You're the rock star, and the show is about the content that you want to deliver, but people, they need that so that they can focus. So I come with some tools. So the show is just about to start. Always have your camera on. If there's something that I don't like, to be totally honest, is be on a classroom and the speaker doesn't have the camera on. I can't feel the emotions of them. Of course, your students, I always ask my students for them to have their cameras on. It's more engaging if we will do that. I can see them, they can see me. It feels more natural. Usually, to be honest, that just doesn't happen that much. Okay, most of them will not have the camera on, but I do one thing. I always say, look, you're always allowed to do questions. I only have one rule. If you can, please, when you do the question, put your camera on. So that way we promote them to have the cameras on. And most of them, because of that, because they're always doing questions, they just don't turn it off. It's always on. And that's good. And that when they see 2 or 3 with always the camera on, it's the group mentality. Oh my God, they have the camera on and I don't. I have to turn my camera on, and they just put the camera on. It's like, whoa. And then I start to see a lot of cameras. If they 2 or 3 of them turn the camera off, yeah, the opposite also happens, which is not that good. Start by doing a short presentation about yourself. Just establish credibility. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. That's usually the first thing that I say. Get expectations in place. Tell them this is going to be the times. This is for lunch. This is a break. We're going to have a break somewhere in here. We finished at this time. People have their lives. If they're at home, some of them need to talk with someone to get food ready, or they need to do themselves the food. Okay, so they need to know when those things are going to happen. Less slides. Okay, people don't have patience to see slides. More demos, more whiteboarding. Okay, and also use like Pull. Okay, like Mentimeter, PullEV. I don't know. There's tons of them out there. Create your own. Okay, if you want. Okay, focus on your story and always ask the student participation. But what about the cool stuff? Software. Well, we have a software to deliver this. It's Teams, it's WebEx, whatever. Usually I tell my customers, I don't care what you guys use, I will deal with it. Because sometimes we don't have the choice. So we can't choose, hey, I want to use software A, B, or C. So yeah, whatever. What about screen sharing? Use a proper resolution, like full HD usually is the max, but be careful with people that have white screens, especially this is messages for you. I don't have a white screen. I'm just going to see a small, tiny little thing in my screen. I don't see what you're showing. Sometimes people do presentations in those screens, and people that don't have them, they just don't see anything. Zoom your apps, like zoom it. Like, for example, I can even do this here in this presentation. I can do this, see, woo. Okay, I can do this. I can select stuff. I can do arrows. How cool is this? When you're showing like the Azure portal or something like that. Pretty cool. Use a lab hoster. Okay, and we had here Extreme Labs before talking. Use other learn on demand, go deploy. To be honest with you, I don't care. As long as it works, it's fine for me. But get one, because you can then remote to those machines and you can help your students. That's the important part. I can see what they are doing. I can remote to my student machines, okay? And I can help them. I can take over. I can help them. Because when you're not side by side, like you are in an in-person class, okay, that's something that we need to have. We technology like this. Okay, but first, always check the features that your lab hoster has. For example, I don't have experience with lab hoster A. Never teach with them. Yeah, just take an hour of your time to prep. Like you prep the slides, you just read the slides, you check the slides. Oh yeah, and your prep demos and all of that. Same thing, you need to know the tool. Your students will notice that you don't know the tool. And that will not be good for you. What about the hardware? The basics. Look, today with lab hosters, we don't need to have super fancy machines like we used to have, right? Like with gigs of RAM and super fast hard drives and all that. But just get a regular, proper desktop with an updated operating system so that you have all the features, etc. And then there is one thing in general. Look, try to avoid everything that is wireless. I love wireless, don't get me wrong, but like literally that might bring issues into your presentations. Like for example, I'm using my headphones. I'm using a wired. You know why? I don't know how much battery this thing has right now. And if I'm doing a whole day delivery, if I forget to charge this one day, the other day during half of the class, this just goes away. So I prefer just to have a wired. It's okay. It's not pretty, and this one is not a color that fits well. I just got these ones, but who cares? To be totally honest, okay, it will always work. That's the important part. Same thing for keyboards and mouses. There's one thing that I hate, which is the presenter explaining something and then, oops, the mouse doesn't work. The keyboard doesn't work just because you run out of battery or the connection got ruined or something like that. Okay, so there you go. All of that, it's important. Then let's talk about microphones. Microphones that come with laptops are horrible, but literally horrible. So look, not saying that if you can't afford it, just deal with it until you can afford it. But first, this is usually the first thing that I say to people, upgrade this. Because you're teaching a class. People need to understand what you're saying. If they can't hear you, that you're not going to be able to deliver a training. It's kind of 101, right? It's just very, very basic thing. Some ideas: Blue White, Blue Weddy, Blue Snowball Ice, Rode, Elgato, Audio Technica. Just watch out the Audio Technica. There's a USB and a non-USB version. The non-USB, then you need to have, okay, another device to connect via USB. Just be careful with that and check what's the best one for you. This is my setups. I have two setups. I have one, which is the one that I'm using now. I'm using the Elgato Wave 3 with a chuck mount and a pop filter. And I'm using the Elgato arm, okay, like this. And it's not touching my table, okay? And I also have another one because I record videos for a living. And for that, I use the Audio Technica 80-2020 with a chuck mount and a Chaotica eyeball, which is that very large thing. It gives you that studio quality look and feel. But for Teams and other software, they compress so much the audio that it doesn't, you don't hear a difference at all. Okay, to be totally honest. Only background noises and stuff like that, and sound isolation. This is good, by the way. If you have like you know, a room that has a lot of echo, that Chaotica eyeball, or there's others more cheaper than that, but whatever you buy, it's going to be great. It's going to be better than nothing. Then the eyeball is like top of the line, to be totally honest. Then let's talk about video. Yeah, it's nice. People need to see you, but to be totally honest, most laptops, they have pretty cool cameras. Or you have a laptop from the 90s, okay, but a recent laptop, sometimes I have a Surface Book, I look at my camera, I was like, wow, it's like, it's just inside the laptop, it's just such a good quality, it's amazing, okay? But of course, you can buy a Brio, you can buy a Logitech C9020 or something like that, which gives you a better quality. The Brio is 4K. To be totally honest, is a little bit overkill because Teams and other softwares usually they don't do 4K. They only do Full HD. But hey, if you want, or you want to buy something that you're already buying for the future, one day if you want to transmit your video in 4K, sure, why not? Okay, whatever. But before you start to buy fancy cameras, which is what we're going to talk about in the next slide, think about lighting. Because to be totally honest, 2 cheap lights from Amazon, they do a miracle. I say 2 because you need to put one in the left and another one in the right. Always do that. And before you start to spend loads of money in cameras, because to be totally honest, it's okay. It's a little bit nonsense. For example, I can show you here. So I'm just going to turn another camera. So this is another camera that you have here. And as you can see, this is a Brio. Okay, this here. And look, it's pretty good, right? Now watch this. I'm going to turn my lights off. And I have some lights in my ceiling, but they're just not enough. And you can see it's horrible, the image now, especially on this camera here on the screen that I'm sharing. Okay, I'll turn the lights on and ta-da. Did you saw the quality of this increasing? It's like truly amazing, right? It's like, wow, such a difference. I have two Elgato key lights. They're expensive, okay, to be honest, but they are pretty good. And what I like in these lights is the integration that they have with all the stuff from their products, etc. I love that part. What is the next part? Still on video. Fancy cameras. Sure, great. That is something that you can go. This is my setup. You see, there's that Sony. There it is. The Sony A6600. That's the camera that I'm doing my my video. I'm sharing my video. You have others from Canon, Pentax, whatever. And then I also have disconnected with my machine using CamLink Pro. I have Elgato face camera, which is this one that you have here. Okay, this one, and then this is the Logitech Brio. I use the Logitech Brio for Windows Yellow for security too, and I use this as a second camera. So I use the Sony for the first camera, the Logitech, okay, as the second camera if I want to show here, and then I have something here in the back, which is a green screen. Okay, and if you see the video, there you go. If you see the video, okay, in the stream here, you see that I have some green stuff in the back, and then I can just put myself as like a talking head, which can be quite creepy. Okay, but it's what we have. Okay, and we can do this. If you don't have any of this, or if you don't have a fancy, I'll just remove this. Okay. And if you don't have a fancy background, like I have, because I put this together and I like tech stuff and whatever. But if you don't have that, look, you can always go to Teams, apply a background, say apply, and there you go. No one sees what you have in the background. Got it? So it is. You don't need to have a background. Just don't have is one thing. Is a dirty background on your back, like boxes and stuff that, or like the other day I had a person that he had empty boxes of food from Uber Eats and Glovo and things like that, and I'm like, I don't need to see your empty boxes of food. Come on, it's just nonsense, right? But yeah, the person had that. Okay, cool. Then. Also on video, I have this, which this is, it's basically the Elgato Stream Deck, and I use OBS, okay, to do this and to change scenes, and I can change the screen. So now you can see my front screen. I can change this, and then I also have my Elgato face cam that is pointing down. So see, this is my hand, and I use this to show stuff. Oh, there you go. We have this amazing thing in here. Da, 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 da. And I can talk about this and I can do this and people can see it. So I don't need to do this. Oh, I have it here. And this doesn't focus on this because my camera focuses on my eyes. Oh, see, it's here. Oh, it doesn't focus. Oh, my God. Come on, just put it here. OK, this is called a content camera. There are other content cameras. There are even specialized content cameras and things like that. OK. So the background is what I was saying. I forgot that I had a slide on this. Make it nice, organized, clean, or else just use the background like I just put it the background now. This is what I have on the top of my ceiling. So I have this green screen, okay, and then I could do the talking head stuff, okay. Basically, this is my setup. I have been built this across the years. I do content that I sell. I earn money because I have this, not just a training business. I do videos. I record professional videos for companies and I do a bunch of stuff. So I already had something like this before COVID. When COVID hit, I spent more time at home, and to be honest, it was kind of a trigger to put some more stuff in the setup because I had the time, okay, to take care of that. But this is a very important slide now, probably more important than all of this that I showed you. Okay, sorry, not this. Have something to drink near you. Water, tea, coffee, all this because your voice starts to hurt. If you do this during a presentation, there's no problem. Okay, I don't see any problem on that. Yeah, you're speaking, you need to hydrate, whatever. Don't speak is with your voice that to the point that you can't speak. I need water. Come on, don't do that. Okay, that's bad. It's bad for your health, for your voice, and you need to have a voice because next day you have to deliver another class. And if you don't have a voice, you can't deliver and you can't earn money and you don't want that. But before I close, this is the slide that I think it's like super important. I have all this. I'm just sharing what I have so that people, because I know that people like to know some of the things and some of the ideas, and then they adapt to their needs. But don't forget one thing. In the end, it's you that makes a difference. You can have all this gear. And if you put me talking about, I don't know, genome sequence, it's not going to be a great talk because I don't know anything about that. Okay, so it is you that makes the difference. And plan the upgrade of your setup. Sure, just I'll get this and I'll get that. But this makes a difference when I'm doing, when I'm delivering classes. Okay, for example, when I deliver classes, I can do this. I can just say, hey, we're going to start with this class here. I can put like break timers like this. So this is being clear when we come back. Okay, or oh, we're going for lunch, we're going for dinner. Okay, we're going to do a lab. So we see all of this kind of things, and it's easier. I just need to touch a few buttons in here and bam, bam, bam. And people like this. And sometimes when they do the evals, they say great delivery, great trainer, knowledgeable trainer. I hope they say the same thing about you, but then they also say something. Oh, this was the best virtual delivery that I had. It seems like I was in a classroom. That's what I want. So that's it. Thank you very much. My name is Tiago. Okay, and I hope that you have enjoyed my my session. I will leave here also all my contacts. Okay, so if you want to reach out, just please do. What's wrong with my presentation? Oh, come on, the last slide got ruined. Ah, there you go. There you go. Hope you enjoyed. I hope that you enjoyed the summit. I did. And I only hope that next year we can all be in person together.
Thank you so much, Tiago. This was really informative, like not just as a Microsoft, on the end of Microsoft, it is also informative in a sense of being a human and presenting online. Yeah. If you are delivering a session or attending a meeting, this is very informative and is required. So thank you so much for an amazing tips. And there's a saying which says if you end it well, then everything is well. So I think this is the best ever end to something that is required. Okay, so now me and Mamouna would like to end this session on a good note. And Mamouna, do you have any words to say?
Yeah, absolutely. Zara, you just covered it wonderfully. What a session it was. would just like to pay huge thanks to our honorable speakers and to organizers for putting in a lot of efforts, and my co-host, Zahra Imad. So, yes, Zahra, any words from you?
I would just like to say that, again, thank you so much, everyone, for providing your time. And this was literally mind-blowing. Like, I'm seriously shocked after this 6.5 hours. Yes, it's a lot of time sitting in one place, but with that, the information that I took today, and I'm pretty sure the information our audience took today home is amazing, and they end up learning something good. So due to this COVID, we were trying to do this session for quite long, and thank you everyone, especially Abdul Rahman, Abdullah Altaf, and Usman Lodi for organizing it, pushing it, and Memuna, and again, me as well, for being here and for managing. Apologies in the end, in case if we have done something wrong or pronounced your name wrong, or if we missed any of the question, because this was going live, and like managing everything live when you are on a virtual is still something new that we're trying to handle. But if we are ending on a good note, then that's amazing, I think. So thank you so much to each and every speaker we had today, and thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for all your efforts that you put in for the community. So we really appreciate that. Okay, so that's all from my side and from my team side. Thank you for joining MCT Summit Pakistan 2021, and we hope that the next time we meet in person, not like through the screens. And thank you everyone. Have a nice day, evening, or night, whatever time zone you are in. Goodbye.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, last few words. Let's just sign off with positive energies and high hopes of coming much bigger, much better next year, MCT Summit Pakistan 2022. Till then, bye-bye.